Hey, what's up, Terrell? Bear with me, I'm all over the place. Had a little bit of an accident the other day. These things broke off. Of course, no my luck. What's up, Raccoon? What's up, 234? It is a crappy day out today. It has just been rainy and cold. No, it is supposed to be spring, but it's just been still cold and raining. I have a funny feeling we're going to have like 1 or 2 nice days next week, and then we're going to go right into summer. Okay, I'm going to have to put a wire behind those later. What's up, Raz? Hey, what's up, Matt? I saw Sosa's post on Instagram. I saw that all the factories are stopping statues and stuff, or the companies are stopping. I don't know. I don't want to get political, but it's the tariff thing. I think there's more involved than we know. I don't think we could sustain the way we were going anyway. So I don't know. I mean, like if you look at the hobby itself, I think it got overproduced, and the prices just kept going up and up and up and up. So at what point does it just price everyone out of the game? You know? So I don't know. I don't know. I'm just someone doing statues in my studio. I don't know what's gonna happen. like in the beginning, statue collecting was affordable, but it was exclusive stuff. It wasn't like 5,000, you know, casted copies of it. Then everything got overproduced, and then it started going up in price, and then people started making their own stuff on the side, which was a little bit cheaper, but then that stuff started going up. I don't know. I haven't seen what else he saw on Facebook, though. Maybe you can enlighten me on some more of it, but I just saw the one post on Instagram. Hey, what's up, Brenton? How's it going? Yeah, I think that's better. Really? 234? I didn't know that. Yeah, I think statue collecting and collectibles have stopped being collectible. I think they were trying to make as much money as possible and overproducing stuff that it got to the point where things are just like, you know, I could just wait till get it on eBay cheaper, or I really don't need it. I know collecting Sideshow back around that 2012 as I moved down, so around the 2009 to 2007 to 2009, like stuff were like really hard to get. Like if you didn't get in on that order, you couldn't get it, you know? And I think things just got a little too crazy. Like I go back to when Pop Culture Shock did the Shinakuma on Sideshow exclusive. It was only like limited to what, like 350 or something. And I remember it was up there for like a couple weeks. Nobody was buying it. Then all of a sudden it started selling out, and then it became really rare when people wanted it. So days like that are like long gone. Yeah, Terrell, like back then things just were like rare, you know? There wasn't a lot of people in the hobby, but it was still going strong. But well, I think you know, I think we're so dependent on specific countries for specific things that if they were to stop, everything just goes to hell. Yeah, I don't know. I really don't know what's going on. I don't know what's going to happen. All I know is just the way things were getting expensive and going up and going up and going up and going up, it wasn't sustainable for the long term. So I couldn't imagine, you know, things lasting like they were. You know, housing's going up, food's going up. You know, it's going to be like in, what was it, the iRobot movie with Will Smith. Was it iRobot? Remember when they bought like the beer at the bar, like 2 beers were like $100 or something? You know, that's where we were headed. For one, I think it's also hard for statue companies to make money competing with people doing stuff unlicensed, you know? Hey, what's up, Jay Salsa? Thanks, man. Appreciate it. Yeah, I've been, I keep plugging away on this stuff. Every day, still learning new things, trying new things. at least on my end, I'm seeing the way people collect is different now. I'm seeing that people contact me are done with the just buying everything because it looks cool. I'm getting more of the people want the Holy Grails, or they want their Holy Grail repainted or redone, or they want something repaired. I'm not getting that, like, oh, I just want something because it looks cool anymore, as much as I used to see. So at least on my end and what I do, I'm getting more of the one-of-a-kinds, the Holy Grails, something that people really want, that they rather spend the money on that than to have like 10 of something they don't care about. Like, that's that's kind of my mentality when I got in out of the Bowen collecting back around 2009. I sold everything off, and I just want my grails. JSauce, I don't really go on the forums as much as I used to. I go on statue forum once in a while when there's like events. You know, when they, like, statues have like certain events and they show off previews. But I'm just so busy working, I don't really go on forums as much as I used to. I just wake up, get coffee, work on statues all day, go to bed. Or have a bowl of cereal too at night. That's about it. Yeah, that's the way to do it, Raz. Like, have some stuff for down the line, but don't overwhelm yourself, you know? And that's kind of the way to do it. Terrell, there's always been doom and gloom in this hobby. Always. There's always people saying the hobby's over and it's no longer like it used to be. It evolves, it changes, people collect different, new people come in, people go, people come back. You know, I think it's any hobby. I think people always are doom and gloom. I've noticed that people who start saying doom and gloom are the people who feel that the hobby's no longer fun for them or they're not into it. So they feel it's over, but it's not. That's one thing I learned from the Bowen days. They're like, oh, the hobby's over, it's not like it used to be. But then tons of new people came into the hobby. It just wasn't the way it used to be when they were in it. I love it. I still love, you know, even if it just came to the point where I couldn't make a living off of it and I had to get a full-time job somewhere or work at Costco or something, I'd still be doing this on the side for myself. So, personally, I love it. Although I would like, after this Tara stuff, I would love to see the stuff be smaller runs and higher quality. I think things have become overproduced and not as good quality like they used to be. I just think that the quality could get better on some of them. Because the prototypes always look amazing, but when you get the item in the mail, it's always like a letdown. You know, because these factories are pumping out so many at a time. There's only so much you can do, you know? So, I'd rather see better quality. JSauce, yeah, I do commissions. I do statues full time. It's I do this as a living. I started 2014 full time doing this. Even though I was doing it on the side all those years. But yeah, I do commissions, repairs, repaints. I'm pretty much booked up for most of the year already. Yeah, the hobby was different back in the day. You didn't have, you know what it was? You had collectors who were into this stuff, but you didn't have a lot of the Facebook, like, fan art stuff going on. You pretty much had to just, like, wait till, like, Bowen or Sideshow make the item. But now it's like, it's a different horse altogether now. See, the one thing I liked about the Bowen era was that Bowen would do a lot of the rehashed characters, but he would also do a lot of these like offbeat characters. So you had a lot to choose from, and he kind of got a lot of collectors happy. But when you kind of go into like Prime 1, XM, and Sideshow, it's kind of like the same stuff over and over and over, just to keep making the money. So that's the thing I miss about the Bowen era. You know, Bowen did everything from Marvel almost. He did Inhumans, Fantastic Fours, you know, cosmic characters. And he would do another Wolverine or, you know, another Captain America. But then, you know, so he did that's the era I miss. I miss the variety, I guess you could say. But the variety now is more Facebook stuff and Patreon STLs. That's where the variety is at now. Yeah, that's true, Terrell. Jay Salsa, you still got those old ones? Yeah, damn, those are pretty old. Well, I think also part of it too is the movies. They got a lot of people into the hobby that would have never bought the stuff if the movies never came out. But I don't know. We'll see where things go in the next year or two. I know Eric did reply to my one comment on his Instagram, and he says that they already coming out with 3D printers that do printing in color. So that's going to be interesting how this technology goes forward. George's, I have no clue. I know they're coming out. I know Eric Sosa said to look up a specific company, but I'd have to go back and see what it was. But they're on their way. The Sheridan 1/3. Yeah, I still have one over on my display room right now. I still have to meet up with the guy and get it to him. I think I painted up 3 of those by now. I'm sick of looking at it on my floor though. But plan on meeting up with the guy this summer so he can take it off my hands. I kind of wonder what's happening with all those pre-orders now, because there's a lot of sites that got pre-order statues. I wonder what's going to happen with all that stuff. Terrell, really? Oh, I feel honored. Somebody that works for Sideshow or one of the painters? Wow. Yeah, I always said that customizing is when you actually take an item and you chop it up and you customize it. The Facebook people that call their statues custom statues are fan art statues. That's the one thing that's in the hobby that's always bothered me. But yeah, I'll have to check it out. Creative Outrage. I'll have to check it out. Oh, that's good. I always wondered if Sideshow liked my stuff or they hated me. I wonder if they liked what I do or they don't care what I do. Well, thanks for letting me know. I'll check it out. I always go back and watch the painters' videos on Sideshow. I'm always rewatching those. Like that Harley Quinn head that paint up, I think I've watched it like 50 times. It just pisses me off. I can't paint like that. It's just... Yeah, I'm sure they see. I'm sure they know everything that's going on. I'm pretty sure they see a lot of like. I'm sure they read all the Facebook groups and posts, and I'm sure they read statue forum. They probably watch videos. So I'm pretty sure there's a lot of stuff they would like to do, but they probably can't do because of the license stuff. But I just like, I guess my only thing is just rehashing characters. That's the only downside I see. Just the same characters over and over. Yeah, that's the one thing I learned about the hobby is they're limited to what they can and can't do, and I don't fault them for that. I just wish a lot of the collectors would realize that they have to stick to what the companies are going to allow them to do. But I blame the companies that don't listen to the fans. That's my thing. But you got to learn that over time, you know. Jay Salsa, you'd have to hit me up through my website's contact page. Simple stuff like that I could do, but like a face resculpt I don't do. Yeah, I've heard a lot of stories about licensing. I know Bowen had a lot of trouble with licensing. Like, whenever he wanted to do like those off-ball characters, I think he had to go back to Marvel, and he had to go through the licensing and seeing if he can and can't do it. So I think there was a lot of trouble with that. You know, as collectors, we all think that, oh, just go ahead and make it, it'll be fine. But there's a lot of rules and regulations, you know? You can't do certain things. It's, you know, and then I think companies also want you to produce what they're putting front and center in their comics. So I know Bowen had to, I think he had to get like a lot of specific characters out at certain times for comic book stories. So I think he had to like follow the, I don't know. I know Eric Sosa's told me that, like, when he worked with Capcom, they would tell him who he could produce and who he couldn't produce. So I know Capcom was hard to work with. Yeah, I think Sideshow's great, and I don't think they do bad stuff. I think they do a lot of stuff I don't care about. Like I'm not into Aliens or Predator or like that stuff I could care less about. But they definitely they got the fan base for it. Yes, Jay Salsa, you can hit me. I don't have time to or any openings to paint the statue, but if you wanted me to tweak it and you're gonna paint it up or something, yeah, I could tweak it. There was a lot of hate for Boeing too, back in the day. There was and then when XM came out, there was a lot of hate for Sideshow, and I don't know, it's the hobby. People are crazy. I'm sure one day somebody that works in the business who is long retired and out of it will probably spill the beans on all the stuff that went on back in the day that we went through. And we'll probably sit there and laugh that like, oh my god, they were laughing at us the whole time, Something stupid like that. But I always said though, Sideshow's got a lot of people working for them. So they do have, your accountants, they have your, customer service. So they do have to pay a lot of people, which I understand rehashes pay those bills. That I get, but I also get sick of it. I guess the other thing too is as I would consider us more hardcore collectors, I think we forget there's a lot of impulse buyers and random collectors that go to like comic book stores or just buy it online that are not in the hobby as much as we are. And I think we forget about that a lot. So a guy that might want a Wolverine statue can't afford it. He's just like, he just wants one statue on his desk. But then, Sideshow makes another Wolverine and he's like, oh, I could buy that one. I have the money now. I think we forget about that as collectors. So there's a lot of things to it. But I could say we're all crazy. We're just crazy collectors. Terrell, before I forget, I'll probably watch this tomorrow. It's called Creative Outrage. I'm not seeing it on YouTube. Oh, you had Moses paint up your Sagat? Yeah, I haven't talked to Moses in a while. Last time I saw him is I went up north to have a lunch and he came out with us. Oh crap, I just scraped some of the skin. Shit. Fix that up. Yeah, those prototype Z's there were popular for a hot minute too. And they kinda went in. Yeah, send me a link on Instagram. I'm kind of curious. I'll check it out. Got too many windows open right now. Constructive outrage. Okay, yeah, that's fine. Yeah, send me a link. It's always easier to just send me the link direct, and then I can check it out later. It's been a long day, so I gotta get something done today. Cool. Has there been any other talks going on in the hobby? Like anything else has been going on? I'm so out of it with watching hobby talk channels. I just haven't had time to listen to anything lately. I'm kind of curious if anything else has been going on besides the tariff talk and everything. I did see CAS Studios, is that what it was? They sneaked the Jessica Rabbit. From what I saw, it's a more realistic Jessica Rabbit. I don't know if anyone's actually on their Patreon. I don't know what it really looks like completely. Okay, so you saw it. Yeah, I wondered how the whole body looks because I can only see it through not a non-paid member, and I can only see like the portrait. So it looked more realistic to me. I mean, to this day, Sideshow's Jessica Rabbit is still the ultimate Jessica Rabbit ever made, but kind of wish they would do more of her. Sorry, Raz, you said so. Hold on, I gotta put the glasses on. Hold on. Okay, Raz, sorry, I missed your message about the parts. Yeah, just let me know the price too on that stuff. And when you ship it, if you don't mind doing priority too. Snail mail is it's just horrible in my area. Yeah, I'm working on a personal custom, and I was ready to do like the sleeves on the character, and I mixed up my A's, and I'm sitting there and I'm like, oh, you son of a bitch. I was like, I forgot I needed new hands for the character, and I can't do the sleeves until I put on the hands, so that's when I emailed you. So all that A's I mixed up, I had to rush and put on another item. It's been one of those figures that I keep forgetting I need to do stuff for it, and I keep trying to mix Aves for it. Hey Justin, you got that CBS Jessica? Yeah, that one was really nice. I have to say that CBS Labs Jessica was really good. That is your perfect semi-realistic looking Jessica. While a Sideshow, it looked like she stepped right out of the animated movie. It's just I wish the CBS Labs Jessica was a 3D STL file. I'd print out like 30 of those suckers and do customs. But if I was a Jessica fan, like if I was a huge Jessica fan, I would have gotten that CBS Labs Jessica too. It came out good. He has good stuff. Some stuff to me is because it's probably more of the character I could care less about. But a lot of the sculpts are nice. But like, I don't know about most collectors, just can't afford it all. No, I don't think he ever did STLs. I think from the start he did just pre-paints. But I think one or two of his files got leaked, I think that's what happened. But it might have been like the earlier stuff. I know he just showed off, I saw it on Instagram, he just showed off a Mara Jade from Star Wars. I think the one head looked good, but I wasn't really too fond of the pose and outfit. And she's kind of like one of my only favorite Star Wars character. But when I saw it, I was like, eh. Hey Victor, no, once Aves is hardened or cured, that is it. It is done. Whether Aves hardened without being mixed, or if you mixed it together, it's a done deal. I mean, you could probably melt it with a blowtorch, but that's not going to help the item. Aves is not meant for like working something and then coming back to it like a couple days later and reworking it like a traditional clay or Sculpey. It's only meant for working on it and having that 3-hour window. And that's it. Yeah, no problem. That's why it's good for custom work, you know, when you already have an item like I do and I customize it. If you want to work on little sections at a time, it's great material. Hey, what's up, Devastator? Why, did you have a hard week? I finally got my damn leaves out of the back of my house on Wednesday out, so, and then we just started having rain, so perfect timing on my end for once. So now I don't have to worry about, once it gets warmer, all the ants coming in the house. Alright, so, Victor, so if you have Aves and you're not using it, you gotta keep it closed, and you should keep it in a refrigerator. So, I have mine next to me, but I go through Aves a lot. Like a lot. So, if your Aves starts to get like crusty or it gets hard, down in here it still might be soft, but if the whole thing is getting crusty and hard, then if you're not going to use it for like a couple days, just take them and put them in the refrigerator and make sure your caps are closed. Or if you have like an older refrigerator in a garage or something, it'll keep it fresher longer. And then if you watch the live stream, they had a live stream of them. Raccoon mentioned it to me. The lady from Aves. If you mix your stuff with gloves, so if you pull red in your glove and then you have red in your hand and you put red in here, it'll kind of cake it up a bit. So you got to just be careful with that. But if you're also like, if you leave it in your drawer on your shelf and you're in like a hot environment, it'll probably dry out on you faster. But I keep it in my drawer next to me, but like I said, I go through Aves like crazy, so by the time it starts going bad, I'm already pretty much using up the bottle. And if you're really concerned about it, you could put it in the Ziploc bag and put it in the refrigerator too. Yeah, that was a good video. She, you know what it did too? I'm glad you sent it to me, Raccoon, because it kind of gives me faith that, you know, the daughter is taking over the business and she knows what she's doing. So I always had a fear that, like, if the guy ever retired or sold the business off, it would go to some corporation and the chemical would go to shit. But it seems like she's really into it and she knows what she's doing. So that kind of gives me hope that it's going to go on for a lot longer. So that was kind of good about the interview. So hopefully she never sells out. Unless it's crazy amounts of money, I can't blame her. I did like what she said about the safety solvent, how it was a very scary name, so she changed it. That was kind of funny. I could see how that name would scare a lot of people. The only bad thing is I'm always going to call it safety solvent. Hey, what's up, Rukin? Yeah, like I said, ever since I discovered Aves, it changed up the whole entire world of customizing for me, because I was trying to do it with clays and other crap and it just wasn't working. Yeah, if you're in Florida, that's going to kill your Aves, definitely. Yeah, so Also, another thing I suggest too, Victor, if you buy Aves, I personally order directly from Aves all the time because it's always fresh, and if there's a problem, they'll fix it right away. I don't like going to like hobby stores and ordering it because I don't know how long it's been on the shelf. So anytime I order Aves, sign up to their website. You get emails, and it's usually like 10-15% off on the emails, which comes out to like free shipping, and order from them directly. This way you'll get it really fast with priority shipping, and it'll be fresh material. That's just me. Other people order it from like, they'll pick it up at art stores or Amazon. And I think Aves does have an Amazon store, but I think with Amazon you have to send it to the warehouse, and it sits in the warehouse till it's ordered. So that's why I ordered it from Aves directly. If I ever needed a full-time job, I could call up Aves and say, hey, I know your product well, hire me. Maybe when I have to get a full-time job, I'll contact them. Be like, just send me the shows, I'll represent your Aves like crazy. Yeah, Amazon only takes specific things, and I guess they're gonna have Amazon sell what colors sell mostly. So, but yeah, direct is the best option. At least for me it is. Plus this way you're supporting the company too, and it's not going through a middleman that they're taking a cut, so. And if you do go on A's website, I order the red because it's always on sale. So when you click on the red color, it'll be cheaper than like the orange and green and stuff. So I like the color red now when I do my stuff. So sometimes where like a 4-pound kit of like a regular color that sells, which is probably green or something, might be like say 45. The red might be like 35 or something. But supposedly, Raccoon, didn't she say in the video they got some more products coming out down the line? I am interested in that those metallic coatings they got. I think next time I order A's, I'm gonna try some of those metallic coating stuff they have. Those things that stuff looks pretty cool. Yeah, that's why I always say this. It's so funny how I got the red Aves. I went to the site one day, and I was always using the natural color, and I saw red was on sale, and I was like, crap. Let me just get the red as a filler item, and then I found myself using red more and more and more, and then I liked it, and because I could see what I'm doing over gray primer, and now red is my go-to color. I think tools I'm good on. The children's clay, I did remember she said about the children's clay. It's good for like classrooms. It's called the critter clay. But the metallic coating stuff looks really cool if you want to do like a like if you have like a base and you want to do like a metallic coating on it. It's got they got some really cool stuff. I'm gonna check those out. I'm gonna get like a bronze color from them first and test it. That should be good for like bases and stuff. Yeah, the natural color has always been hard for me to see. The silicone pad, yeah. I don't think I would need something like that, though. I mean, it's good if if you don't do the amount of work I do and you want a nice, good, clean setup. They do have some nice stuff. I think Aves has got a nice little business going, because I remember I did talk to the owner a few years back when I called up about an issue, and he told me that they deal with a lot of companies and a lot of businesses, and I think they got a nice good corner of the market on this stuff. Yeah, she seemed into it. She seemed really, really into it. Like I'm just hoping she just, like, if he ever decides to retire and move on, that she keeps the company going for a while. Because normally you don't see that often. Usually, like, the kids are like, I'm just going to sell off the company and get rid of it. But I think she knows they got a good thing going on there. Because I don't think anyone's ever really been able to replicate this Aves. The Magic Sculpt from oh god, what's that company? Magic Sculpt from damn, I forgot the company. That stuff is very, very difficult to work with, but it's similar to Aves. And I know Smooth On tried to make stuff like Aves, but it was like it was like gum. It was just like mixing like wet gum all over your hands. No, not to my. It's Magic Sculpt was from what's the company? They're based in New York. Yeah, but who owns Magic Sculpt? I forgot the company's name. I haven't bought Magic Sculpt in like 4 years because I got to the point where I don't even need it anymore. Complete Sculptor, that's it. Yep, Complete Sculptor owns Magic Sculpt. They're kind of like it's kind of like Aves epoxy, but it's a little bit doesn't sculpt as well. It sculpts if you're the type of person that you like to kind of like pull away the the sculpt and kind of like make hatch marks and then smooth it, but it doesn't smooth as good. Yeah, sort of like Frazetta. But like I said, you never know if the company A's will get some kind of crazy offer, some corporation, and then sell out. If that happens, then if it goes to hell, I think all of us are done. I don't know of anything else that can really do what they do. I'm down for a good story, Terrell. Yeah, I like Aves too because if you call them up, the people who answer the phone, they know their product too. They're not just like somebody who doesn't know what the hell they're talking about. That's always a good bonus too for a company. I think Complete Sculptor's in New York, right? I'm pretty sure they're located in New York. At least that's where I remember it shipped from. It's kind of funny too, when I used to go to the Jersey Fest show and stuff, there was guys who say Magic Sculpt is the best stuff ever, and they hate epoxy sculpt Eves. But then there's other people who are like, I love Eves and I hate Magic Sculpt. So you definitely have fans of each product. Yeah, Smooth On knows what they're doing too. I've never had a problem with Smooth On. I still once a year I still have that representative. He stops by my house whenever he's in the area, and he shows me new products and stuff, which is kind of cool. So I'll kind of up to date on sometimes when they have new stuff. And once in a while he'll give me like a sample too if it's something really really new and he has it in stock. So that's kind of cool that if you you order from Smooth On and you're kind of in this guy's route, he'll stop by. And he also likes it too, being able to come into the house and see what I'm working on. So it gives him some input to see what people are using and what they're doing. So yeah, if you go to Complete Sculptor, were they in New York? Did they have like a sort of like a warehouse with all their products? Because I know this one, the Smooth On in PA. They have that like big dragon over the door, and you go in and it's like chemicals and products are all over the place, and they show you what you can do. It's pretty cool. If you guys are ever in PA, or you could go to one of Smooth On's buildings, I suggest you do it. It's really cool just to walk in there and see all the stuff. Yeah, Raccoon, you're in PA. You should go check out that store. I think you'd like it. That's if you're ever in the area. Like, if you ever were to go to, like, Dorney Park, I think if you go further west from Dorney, it's in that direction. It's, like, on the border between PA and Jersey. It's a cool store to visit. They also do classes there, too. Yeah, it might be too far from you. I'm not really sure. Hey, what's up, Jacob? Good week. Busy week. Bad week. Kind of just a week. Yeah, like I said, like if you ever just took a trip out to Dorney Park, and you wanted to like make a day out of it, or like a night, just I don't know. Or if like say you were ever going from PA and you take 222 west, and you were going to go toward Jersey or New York or something, you could always just stop off there. That's if, but you might be further east though, I'm not sure. But just a cool store to check out if you ever just kind of stopping by. Go in, sit in there for like 20 minutes, check it out, and then go on your way. I think it's in Allentown. No, not Allentown. Maybe, is it? No, maybe Allentown. I forget on the website. Okay. Oh, about an hour's not bad. Yeah. Well, like I said, if you ever go that direction, keep it on your mind. You know, it's something just like to stop off, check it out for 20 minutes or so, see all the products. You never know, there might be something in there that captures your eye and you'd be like, oh crap, that was something I always wanted to make, and they can show it to you, you can buy the product, and you can go home with it. Just something to do, something to check out. Alright. That's not that comic book store of the one guy on YouTube that has a like is it a store or is it like one of those places that everybody rents out a little section in the store? But if that's something like you go to once in a while, you could kind of incorporate to it, like checking out both places or something. Alright, so we're going to do the latex outfit. So this is Spaztec Black, and then this is Chrome Silver. So I'm going to mix up a little bit more chrome and black together. If I can open this up. Yeah, see, if I was to go out in that direction for where I'm at now, that would probably be a 2.5 hour drive. So I would love to check it out, but silver's starting to thicken up. This is gonna go bad on me soon. Going to that comic book show, Super Jersey comic book show at the end of the month. It's in Jackson. So I'm actually happy I get to do something for once. Haven't gone to a show in a while. Salvador LaRocca, or I forget how you say his name, did a lot of the Extreme X-Men stuff. He's going to be there, which is mind-blowing to me. I've been wanting to meet that guy for ages. Yeah, that's like the comic book store by me, the one that's in Bayville. They have long boxes out the ass, and they have Funko Pops piled everywhere. But the only problem is all those long boxes are sort of stacked on each other, so to pull them out, you hit the other wall, and you can't get to the ones at the bottom. It's a nightmare. Alright, so adding a little bit of metallic into the gloss black, and then when you gloss it again afterwards, it gets that latex like shine. So we're gonna make this shine like hell. So basically that Miss Marvel video I put up the other week, it's like the same exact paint. So I got new cans. So they have this is something to explain so you guys don't make the mistake I made. Where is it? So they make a ultimate clear coat for mirror chrome, and this stuff never cures. Like if I spray this on black or if I spray it on chrome, it always stays tacky. And I don't know why. But they make this stuff, which is 90109. It's an ultra shine clear coat fuel protector. This stuff goes on nice and shiny and it dries to a nice hard shell. I love this stuff. So this stuff is perfect with trying to make like that, you know, really super shiny stuff. Stay away from this stuff. I don't know why, but I can never get this stuff to cure like cure. It always stays tacky, so I must be missing something with this. I'm not sure if you're supposed to like cure, like if you're supposed to put this over this afterwards, but this still kills mirror chrome. Like if you do like a chrome and you spray this on, it still destroys the chrome. So I don't like this stuff, but I didn't get rid of it because I just kept it. So it's just something to think about. Alright, I'm probably going to shock the camera again. Alright, that camera hates to be touched. Alright. Yeah, it's if you ever in South Jersey, it's called Conquest Comics down in Bayville. He's got tons of statues, but there's cobwebs all over them. Like they don't dust any of this stuff because they're all piled on top of the cases, and you know he's got all the sideshow stuff. He's got some of the old Bowen stuff, and you know it's cool to see everything. But it just breaks my heart to see cobwebs all over the stuff, you know? And then if you go in there and you ask for a statue, like, well, I want to buy that statue, but it's like, you see cobwebs all over it. And it's like, well, it's dusty and cobwebs, and they're going to like, well, you know, it's still $1,000 on eBay, so I'm selling you for $1,000, but it's like, but it's cobwebs. You got cobwebs all over it. No, Rukin, I think it's just a clear coat that doesn't. I don't know. Like I said, this stuff here, this nitro fuel protector ultra shine is awesome. This stuff clears like perfect. I've used this on other brands and I haven't had an issue, so this is really great stuff. The only issue though is sometimes after you use it, your nozzles get clogged and it doesn't spray correctly. So that's why I always try to use a fresh can on a fresh paint up, and then my backups I'll use for like, you know, bases or small dinky things. So it's worth getting that stuff. Alright, just making sure we're mixed up pretty well. Let's see how it looks. Yep. It's not, I didn't overdid the metallic, it's still black, but it's got enough metallic in there to make it stand out than just clear, shiny black. So I cleaned out my airbrush before we streamed. And I need to put a mask on and open the window a little bit, even though it's kind of raining, so maybe I'll have to tough it out. Even though I have the airbrush booth going, this stuff still kind of has a lot of fumes. So let's get masked up. So this way I don't pass out while I'm streaming. And then the other downside to this stuff is these are high bottles, so be careful. Hold on, I got the mask on. Fucking mouth. That you don't tip these over. I tip these over too much, so whenever I use them, I try to put them aside. Now the only downside with spraying legs that are closer, sometimes you get dust in there, and the only best way to be able to do it would be to do one leg at a time, but that requires different masking, and sometimes you can screw up the paint too by doing that. So we'll just do the best we can. Alright, I'm gonna let this dry for a bit. I'm gonna kind of work on Roger a bit, and then I'll come back and see. This stuff dries fairly fast if you don't overspray. And I'll see if there's anything I missed. Sometimes I cleaned out my airbrush, so I didn't see anything globbing out on this, which is good. There might be one spot, but I can't tell with the lighting, and I don't want to touch it yet. So if all goes well and it's not bad, I might be able just to kind of wipe it off and spray it real quick. But if it's like a really hard glob and you got to sand it, it's kind of a pain in the ass. But you could go back and sort of like fix it. But you got sort of a shine, but it's still semi-flat. But once you gloss it up, it will like pop like crazy. But yeah, I'm not seeing anything that globbed out, luckily. So it's a good thing I cleaned my airbrush. Sometimes if you don't clean your airbrush with these enamels, globs come out from the previous one. So this worked out pretty good so far. The underwear is something I'll have to do with hand or mask all separately, because I didn't want to try to force the underwear and all that masking. I'll do that later. But yeah, let's let this dry a bit. So let me just clean out my brush though. Alright, sorry to leave the booth on while I do this, but gotta keep those fumes out of there. Alright, so I thought about Roger some more, and I think I want to yellow up the outfit some. Not a lot, a little bit, because I think it's just, we're kind of lost with him. So I'm going to mask it all off, and I think maybe like a light coat of maybe this type of yellow or a tint. Or do you guys think I should just do like a black tint on it? I don't know, what do you guys think? Yeah, I'll stop the booth in a second. I just want to make sure there's no dust coming out of it. But looking at her from far away, it's going to look pretty cool once it's all shiny. But yeah, I want to do something to this. Either yellow up the outfit to make it look older, or a darker tint on it. Because just he gets kind of lost with everything being white. What's up, Nico? Yeah, I do hate the yellow, but just a yellow tint on it, make it look a little worn, I guess. Even going over the bluer areas too will probably make it pop a little bit. Which I think will work. I was just looking at him the other day while I was working on other stuff, and I was just like, it's just too... Skin tone matches the outfit too much. Alright, I think I can turn off the booth now. Just let that set up. I've got to do the red under her shoes too, which will probably be later. I guess while Raccoon, if you're still in chat, I know the undershoes were red, but I completely forgot about the back of the heel should be red too. Should I just paint the whole heel red or leave it black? Yeah, I realized when I was looking at a picture the other day that I should have made like the heel should have been like flat, so like part of it's red. I didn't think of that. Yeah, the inside of the heel, right? So, like, the heel is half black, half red. I sadly didn't sculpt it in that way it would do that. So it kind of looked weird to try to force a half red on a heel. So I was thinking, should I just paint the whole heel and, you know, stem red? Yeah, so I guess, we'll figure it out. I mean, the bottom part's gonna be red, it's just the heel. I didn't sculpt it where this part of the heel coming down would be red and the back part would be black. And I kind of realize that now. But the bottom definitely gonna be red. Alright, I guess we'll, you know what we could do is we'll paint the underside red, we'll look at it afterwards, and if you think the heel should be red or not, we'll go from there. Kind of play it by ear on that one. Now, I guess while I'm kind of dicking around with this thing, so as far as the next batch of stuff, so far haven't had many requests on anything. So I guess I'm just gonna sort of do a poll for what you guys suggested, and that's it. Or if not even a poll, just pull everything out that people suggested and pull it out of a hat. Like I said, my Patreon's not that active, so it's going to be just the select few that get to choose, I guess. But I did get I picked up the Poison sculpt, and I got the Tomb Raider sculpt. My friend owed me a favor, so he gave me the the Sonya Blade sculpt. So I have all the sculpts. I'm gonna probably send them to you this weekend, Raz. You don't have to do anything with them yet, but you can just have them and get them ready and plan it out if you have downtime, I guess. Yeah, I told everybody to do two ideas, but nobody really said much, so I'll just pretty much take what everybody posted and we'll just pull it out of a hat. But it seems like everybody was thinking more of Princess Peach for I think what, the Dominatrix. I mean, we got the list for the Savage Land already, right? Yeah, I mean it seems that that's what people suggest mostly. So yeah, I don't expect to have huge turnouts with my Patreon. So it is what it is. I'll go grab the list real quick. Yeah. Hey, what's up, JC? How's it going? Yeah, so we have the schoolgirl. I'm sorry, we have the schoolgirl list. So yeah, I guess Dominatrix. I mean, I guess it'll probably be Peach. I mean, since that's what seems everybody was suggesting. No, Devastator, I appreciate it. Like I said, I never intended the Patreon to be like, a crazy Patreon and crazy rewards. It was more everybody suggested, just kind of like, that's kind of how people could support the streams, basically, And I figured just these little extra voting stuff is just for fun. I like, because even if I had like crazy amounts of subs, I don't know what I could do. So keeping it small is fine with me. I just want to try to work it out in a fun way, I guess. But yeah, I guess Dominatrix might be Peach, because like that's what everybody suggested. And then as far as the Savage Land, if we get some more suggestions, we'll just pull out of a hat and go from there. I'm not picky. I don't really care. Yes, I know what you mean. The silly putty. Now, are you using an off-brand or is it actual Crayola silly putty? Yeah, so, we'll just, whatever votes we get in, we'll just kind of pull out of a hat and we'll go from there. But I guess peach is kind of what everybody would like to see, so, I mean, if that's the case, I can, grab a Princess Peach sculpt and we can pull the head off, and if you can print the head in sort of the same scale with the hair, I could always tweak the hair to fit the body. Alright, so if it's not, so what you're saying is like you put it on and it doesn't stay, or it sags on you? Like, what does it do? Yeah, we'll do that, Raz. Well, we got a couple other files to get for you anyway, too, so we got time. But I'll figure I'll just start sending you stuff. You could throw it in a folder if you got storage room. And then maybe, you know, as things go, you could kind of scale and get ready. Princess Peach, I don't think she was the first. I think she was just on Mario, though. So when you use silly putty, it could be the paint you're using too. Are you using like acrylics? Do you use enamels? As you see what I'm doing with my silly putty, I sort of try to soften it up with my fingers, and then I sort of just kind of like it gets softer with the heat of your finger, and then I kind of put it around and kind of like squeeze it on. See how like I kind of squeeze it and it stays. Are you just like pulling it and then just trying to put it on, or are you trying to like soften it up? Because I try to get it, my hand like kind of like this, and then I sort of kind of stretch it in the areas. Silly putty doesn't really hold. But the other thing too is are you putting it on, like, are you getting a glob like this, and are you putting like globs on, or are you kind of like what I'm doing here is I'm kind of, I soften it up with my fingers and I kind of get it like hand heat like your finger, and then I kind of keep it thin and I put it on thin as I can. Like, this is pulling off, so you got to do it in one shot. So you just get it soft, get your fingers, you know, like, see how it kind of like sags? And just kind of stretch it around the item. It doesn't really stick, but you got to kind of just like push it in, sort of. Of course, try not to dig your nails into the item. And it should stay. Yeah, and also, like, you know, don't be afraid to have something thin if you miss an area and put a thin layer on it. You don't have to take a whole, I used to do this by mistake in the beginning. I would take a big chunk and I would throw a chunk there, and as I'm painting, the stuff would start to kind of like sag down because it's heavy or hot. So you don't want to overdo it. But if it's warm enough, it kind of... But if you're in a hot area too, and you got your windows open and it's hot out, it also can sag on you that way too. So that's another way it could sag. But yeah, I try to just soften up with my hands to get the body heat on it. And also too, by doing that, By doing this, soften it up and getting it in between your fingers, you break up a lot of the particles of paint. So if you get any really thick chunks in there, you start to break it up. And that's how you get, you know, like all this like red here. If you don't break this up and soften it, you start to have that stuff sticking, and it won't stick to your paint too. So that could be another thing. So if you're in the house right now and you're watching the stream, just grab some silly putty and just do what I'm doing, and see if it sort of helps. If not, it could be the paints. I'm not sure, or your clear coat, or maybe somebody in the house is messing with your silly putty, you don't know about it. In 88, so I was 10 years old in 88. And I did not get a Nintendo when it first came out. So my friend did, but I didn't. Laura from Voltron. I think there's a couple Voltron STLs out there, isn't there? Yeah, Nico. Try on your own. See if you soften it up. That helps. If not, you got some kind of bad hoodoo going on with your silly putty. All you need to do is go on Cults 3D or CG Trader and type in the character, and if it comes up, there's files. If there's no files, then nobody's made it yet. But slowly, everything is slowly getting made. It's gonna come to the point where there's gonna be a SD file on every character, if not already. You know, Rukin, I got home after I had lunch with my parents, and I kind of was going through YouTube, but I had to get the airbrush cleaned out for the stream, and I saw a video that you just mentioning that, so I'm kind of curious to see what. Yeah, Disney does not like money. I was talking to a couple friends the other day about this stuff. They really, really do not care anymore. And since they don't care, I don't care. I heard the Minecraft movie did good, though. I heard they made a lot of money with the Minecraft movie. See, I won't watch the Minecraft movie. Not because I don't like Minecraft, because I can't stand Jack Black. I just don't like him in movies. I just find him annoying. But I heard the movie did well, though. I do know that they put the pink pig with the crown in, and that's that throwback to that one YouTuber that everyone loved that passed away to cancer. That's something I'm like, I would say like a movie like that plays on the community, the people who know Minecraft, who's been at it for years. That's a smart thing to do, you know? Like stuff like that, putting in movies to cater to the fans. You know, Disney doesn't want to cater to the fans. Disney wants you to, they want you to like what they want you to like. I guess Minecraft catered to the fans and everyone liked it, so. Yeah, like I said, it seems Minecraft people liked it, and they catered to Minecraft people, and that's all you had to do. It's not catered to me. I'm not a Minecraft person, so I'm probably never going to watch it. But if the fans of Minecraft enjoyed it, then that's what you do, is you cater to the fans, the people who play and pay for your product. You know? And it doesn't have to cater to everybody. And they made money. And a good example is like John Wick. It doesn't cater to everybody. It's just if you want to see a guy shooting people in the head throughout the whole movie, that's the movie. You know? So, no, I'm glad they made money. I mean, I'm not glad that Jack Black made the money, but I'm glad, you know, the fans are happy with it. Maybe, maybe down the line somebody will edit Jack Black out of it, and they'll put the actual character from the game in his place. Oh, your brother liked it? Well, that's good. If your brother liked it and he's a Minecraft fan, then good, you know? I'm all for other companies and other IPs making money, you know? I'm all for it. If more Minecraft movies are going to make them happy, just like the Sonic movies. I saw the first one. I never saw the second one or third one because I could care less. But Sonic fans seem to enjoy it, so they get to keep getting movies. But this, I did see though, I heard that the Thunderbolts movie bombed or didn't do well pre-screening so far. Yeah, see, I'm not a Sonic fan. I'm not a Minecraft fan, but you know, we need to go back to the old days where they made movies to cater to those people, and those people are happy. You don't need to make one movie to cater to every single person on the planet. But like Raccoon said too, like Jack Black's in it, and I don't want to see him. I can't stand him. But yeah, Disney is and I also heard that the Harry Potter on Netflix that's coming out is going to be completely trash. I don't know what's going on with that one now. Did anyone see the new season of Reacher? I haven't seen season 3 yet. Is it good? I love the first 2 seasons, so. Yeah, see, the Sonic fans raged and the studio listened to them and realized that they needed to change the 3D model. They changed the 3D model, and boom, everybody loved it. You know? So, with Sonic, the fans won and they were happy. See, that's the funny thing. The Sonic fans talked about what they wanted. They said the model was wrong. Make it like the game. They made it like the game and they did well. When Disney does it, the fans say, no, don't do that. But Disney, you don't know what you're talking about. We're going to do it this way. They don't make any money. And then Disney blames the fans. So I'm confused on Disney and like Marvel. The fans have been years saying, we don't like this. We want it to go back the way it was. Do it correctly. And Disney's like, no. And then Disney calls everybody istophobes because you didn't watch their movie. Like, we live in clown world right now. I can't be the only one seeing this. Yeah, it's so weird these days. I don't get it anymore. I don't. That's why I want to go back to the 80s and 90s, where everything seemed normal. Yeah, but as far as things going, I'm not hearing good things with Thunderbolts. Companion? I don't know what that one is. Yeah, I heard Castlevania's good, and I heard the Devil May Cry animated show is good. So I definitely want to see the Devil May Cry one. I heard it's really good. I've never ever listened to critics in all my years. I've never listened to Hollywood like Oscars for nomination of movies, because every movie that's ever won, I always think is crap, or I never watched it, or I never saw it ever once again. You know, like all my favorite movies, like to me, like Christmas Vacation. You know, National Lampoon's Christmas Vacation. Everybody watches it. Everybody watches it every year. Everybody quotes it. That to me deserves awards. But they'll give awards to some crappy movie that was so archy that nobody ever really remembers watching. You know? So you can't listen to these people. Oh, really, Rukin? Okay. That's kind of... That's not good. Maybe I won't watch it then. Oh well, it's all going to shit. Alright, let's take a quick look at this. sure I didn't touch anything. See, this is still kind of, it's not fully cured, but it's not like soaking wet where you can't touch it. So this stuff dries fairly fast through the airbrush. I'm just making sure there's nothing, like there's no globs of paint. There's just one little spot here. So I think I could get away with sort of sanding this down and hitting it again real quick if I use the softer sand pads. So we have these. So I think I could just flatten this little spot down. Maybe not. I don't want to dig my nail into it, but I don't want to grind on. It's just this one little glob. I think I'm gonna see if I have a sandpaper that's not too fresh. Right, so this sandpaper is kind of worn down a bit. So I'm going to sort of kind of try to get this little chunk off. Alright, I got it off, so it's kind of hard to see. So if you don't overdo this, see if we can get the light over here. It's kind of hard. Start right here. I don't know how you guys can't probably see it too well. So, and then if I can sort of just kind of buff it a little bit so those scratches aren't too bad. And then I could spray it pretty thick and it should work out fine. So, make sure there's nothing else here. That's just a little fuzz. Alright, so I'm going to spray that real quick and then we'll spray Roger down. I just don't want this. Oh, there's a little spot here. Hold on. Sometimes I get really good coats, and then other times I get these little tiny little globs and they piss me off. But if you're careful and you don't over sand and you lightly just kind of break it off and buff it, you can go back over with paint and it should work. So let's see if we can do any quick spots on that, and then we can gloss it up later. Alright, so let's get this paint up. Now I did clean this out, and I did put some of that airbrush cleaner with the Windex, I mean not the glass cleaner. So just to be on the safe side, I like to kind of spray to make sure I don't have any cross-contamination. And then let's get the glasses on. Spray this down. Alright, that's good. I'm not going to press my luck and spray anymore, so that should be good. Let's clean out this brush again. First close up my bottle of paint so I don't spill it. Good. Good. We don't have many ever, so that's good. Alright, we're gonna put her aside for a little bit longer, and then we can gloss this up. For now, let's work on Roger. Alright, so we're gonna yellow him up, right? So we'll just do like an off yellow, a muddy yellow. Let's see, what should we do? What should we do? Alright, we'll there's no yellow in here. Alright, we're going to put some water in here, take some raw sienna, and then grab some yellow. Not much left in this bottle anyway. We'll get a nice little muddy, like kind of mustard. Get a little bit more yellow. Don't spray far away. I'm building it up just slowly and making it look dirty, I guess. Just kind of letting the paint just kind of go wherever. Actually, it's kind of looking cool now. Looking older, I guess you can say. Sort of like that's good for that. And I think we'll add some shading gray in there and kind of really darken it up a bit more. It's getting kind of older looking. Like he's been in jail for a while. Some shading gray somewhere. Where I like it. That looks kind of old. It looks dirty too now. I think I got to go in with some pastels though around the, well, yeah, kind of around some area. Here. Alright, this is looking kind of cool. Gotta remember this next time. Next time, if I do some older looking stuff, kind of yellow it down like this. It's got like that old 20s like glass film look to it now. But let's grab some color, because this is too light in here. I can't get the airbrush in here without making it look screwed up. What was that movie with, I keep thinking when I keep doing this, I keep thinking of that one movie, I didn't watch it, I only saw the singing. It was with the guy that was in Ocean 11 and Batman. Oh, Brother, Where Art Thou or something, where they were kind of like a singing group or something. I don't remember the whole movie. I for some odd reason I think of that movie with doing this outfit, with the overalls and stuff. That is the movie, right? Brother, Where Art Thou or something, right? I just remember it from them singing that one song. But I keep thinking of that movie when I'm doing this outfit. I don't know why. Maybe that's kind of what was in my head when I was doing this. I don't know. Yeah, it's got, I like it. It's got that dirty prison look to it. Oh Brother, Where Art Thou? That's what it was. Yeah, I never saw the movie, but I just remember them singing that one song. Like it. Alright, so I'll hit this with some Tesser's Dull Coat, and then I think that will look good. Lauren Hardy, yeah, it's got that old look to it. Now it's got that old not really super prison look, but that's kind of the idea I was going for. But now it feels like a worn out outfit. I gotta be careful with Tesla's dull coat now. I went on Amazon. These cans are $15 a can now, but that was Amazon. It might be cheaper on eBay, but yeah, when I bought this, it was $9.49. If these are $15 a can now, that's gonna put a hole in a statue painting. $15 a can. I mean, I remember these used to be like $2.50 a can. It's crazy, and I'm not saying it was all $2.50 like 30 years ago. It was like before the lockdowns, like 2019, 20. They were $2.50, $3.50 a can, maybe sometimes $3, $4. $15 a can now. It's crazy. It's a good thing I don't have to use it though. That's the good thing. I like using it, but I don't have to use it. I don't like pushing the dull coat through my airbrush, but I did not clean the other one in time for the stream, so I have to. But just dulling it down. This way it's not shiny at all. Damn, the heat is coming up still. Alright, moment of truth. If you guys don't like it, tough. That's what we're sticking with. That is what we're sticking with. Yeah, I could tell the difference already. I'm gonna have to clean some of that up. Well, one mistake I just made, and I always forget this, is I sprayed this with the Tesla's dull coat, and it's kind of melting. So we gotta deal with that right now. That's what happens when you try to move a little fast. See? Tesla's dull coat just melts it. Let's let it dry a bit. Let's let it dry before I screw this up. Alright, while that's drying, maybe we could do our clear coat now. I think we can. Alright, so it's probably hard to see, but I'm going to use a fresh can. Even though this can probably will work, I think it's sort of spraying wonky. Yeah, it's not spraying correctly. I would have to clean it up a bit. I'd rather do a nice good clear coat on this. Oh, I forgot to do the arms. Why didn't you guys remind me? Son of a bitch. Let me spray the arms down. You guys are killing me. You're supposed to remind me of this stuff. I'm not all there today. I was like, wait a second. There's got to be something else I'm missing here. You know, it's like Raz and Raccoon, you guys have been here forever. You're supposed to remind me of this stuff. Usually one of you guys are like, yeah, what about the arms? What about this? No, not today. I would have went through all this and realized I forgot. Sure. Excuses. I still got to order the carrot for her hand. I have the thing saved on my eBay channel. I just didn't pull the trigger yet. Probably gonna have to do it this weekend. It's always something. Always something. This side. No, she's gonna be all black. All black. The heels are she's gonna have the orange hair. Yeah, it's most of all of the nun outfits are all black anyway, so we got to keep it true. This one's having a couple of spots. This one might need to be sanded up a bit. Alright, we'll let this dry and we'll get there. You know what I might do? I might put the heater on this though. This one seems to have a couple particles on it, so I think some of that silver must have... So I have this little space heater for the winter. I'm gonna not put it in the box, but not directly on the arms. So this way the box will get a little warm in here. So this way no dust kind of blows at it. So shitty blower. Come on. Just like this. Heat up the area. Alright. For the base, the police officer has Roger stealing money. The nun has the glass, like the glass you see in like churches for the base of Roger's face, and the Star Trek has the teleporter. Take it easy, Nico. Thanks for stopping by. Yeah, we'll just keep an eye on it. We're getting there. We're getting there slowly. Alright. Now we can sort of pull this off a bit. We're going to have to do a lot of touching up on this one. Yeah, it looks a lot better against the skin now. Definitely older. Yeah, it fits his gloves more now too, so that's good. Took the heater off. It doesn't need to melt the items. Just needs to be a little bit warmer in there. I might have to gloss up the arms tomorrow because there's a bunch of chunks on the arms, so that's not good. But we'll get there. So I think what I want to do is just kind of darken up some of this edging. Alright, Jacob, are you in chat or are you gone? Because I did do the trim around your Supergirl skirt. I can show you that before I close out the stream tonight too. Alright, where is, I guess we can use this one. No, that one. This one. This one. Yeah, I guess I could show you real quick. I think it came out okay. I think I'm liking it so far. I mean, I gotta sand it a little bit, but once I add the belt buckle and the trim, you know, I just did a little tiny trim. I gotta sand down. It's very tiny. So I'll be putting for like a piece here, and then we put one here, and then we put one here, and then like one there, and I think we do one here and here, something like that. But that's kind of where I'm at with that, so figured I'd just show you real quick. We're coming close to the end game on it, you know. Once I get this done, and then we work out the belt here, start working on the base. You don't like the gloves? I thought the gloves looked pretty good. He has yellow gloves, so I didn't want to do bright yellow, but I figured we do like this off, like darker yellow. It's kind of what I was going for with the theme. Yeah, Jacob's Supergirl's come along pretty well. I think once I get the belt on, clean it up a little bit more, and then we start focusing on the base. And just doing the skirt though really made it dirty, so I got to get in there and kind of clean up some of that areas. So I got to kind of got some work ahead of me still. Yeah, it's just sadly the skirt though, adding like a lot of the wrinkles at the bottom of it as it's flowing out is very hard for me. But I think the way we did it works for it. So I'm glad that just adding the details from the belt area coming out worked. It's kind of what I figured was going to happen anyway when I started it. Because now when you get this, don't be like manhandling it and break the skirt. So I'm warning you ahead of time. Yeah, when it comes to Turner, if you're not doing exactly his style, you can't really. If you're not matching the anatomy and everything else, it's hard. Hey, what's up, Cherry? How's it going? We're just screwing things up here tonight, so messing everything up, being messy. Gonna have to do some major touch-ups. Pretty much a normal paint day. No, it worked out fine. Like like I said, I mean, you're happy with the hair, and you like it. That's all that counts. I mean, we're moving along pretty fast now. I figure once I work out the belt, and I kind of sort of flush out those details and we start getting the base going, I think the paint will go pretty fast. I can't see the paint really taking that long. Oh yeah, I forgot to tell you, he sent me the money for it. I completely forgot about it, so you can take off that money for the sculpt and stuff. Yeah, I completely forgot about that. Yeah, he said he's been wanting one for a while. He just never came across it. Now the only thing is we have to make sure it's in scale with his item. But he doesn't care. He just wanted to get it, so yeah. Yeah, I forgot all about mentioning it. It's just I've been working on his items. I'm working on your item. I had a couple other items come in, and I'm trying. And my floor is a complete and utter mess. So I just I'm just like in the zone, you know, just trying to get crap done. He just wanted the head on his. I forgot the item. It's one of these 3D prints he did up, and he just always wanted that sort of that head on it. I just don't know if it's in scale. But if it's not in scale, he said he'll probably use it for another sideshow item. So one way or the other, it's going to be used. Oh, he didn't care about the hair. He just wanted the face. Because he likes the way I sculpt hair. So he says if it does fit the item, he'll have me redo the hair anyway. So, yeah, it's kind of a win-win for both of you. You're like actually one of the first people I've worked with that wanted the hair from another sculpt. I mean, I've had people that wanted the Wonder Woman hair from Sideshow on other items, but you're kind of the first one that's really wanted this specific hair on a custom, which is fine. It's just, and then he's the type of person that wants the heads and have me do the hair. I'm just the lackey who does what you guys want, so. Alright, I just gotta touch up 2 or 3 spots on this. I don't know how I'm going to do that. I'm going to figure this out now. Some white. A little bit of yellow. Make this part dirty. Yeah, like I said, you're happy with it, I'm happy with it. You know, I'm not going to say you're crazy or wonky or whatever, it's what you want, you know. I save that comments for my friends. I tell them they're all nuts. Yeah, a couple of the guys I work with, I tell them all the time that they got issues, so. I'm kind of right now. I'm kind of in limbo because I'm trying to get your Supergirl done, and I want to get these done, And then what I want to do is I want to get into the garage and I want to clean it out so I can start pulling a bunch of kits I have for people. Trying to sort of plan for the spring summer. I did email somebody about a kit I have for them that I would like to pull out and start, but he hasn't gotten back to me yet, so I'm kind of... I did start the Power Girl, you know, that Dazzling Designs Power Girl, the one that the guy got me as a gift, and I'm doing his. So I did pull his item out, and I am redoing the chest and everything. So that started. So that might get done faster than some of the other ones that people haven't gotten back to me yet. But I have 2 big projects I have to do, and I am trying to get the garage done so I can pop them out. I got a couple other people that'll be sending in some just some like quick repaints. So I might try to get some of those quick repaints done. I do have a couple items that are supposed to come to me this summer. So I don't know, we'll see. It's right now this month it's just focused on these Jessicas and your Supergirl and get them going. That one I did last year, I don't have any Power Girls to print at all for myself as of now. The only thing I have is that Dazzling Designs, and I have that She-Hulk kit, but I'm going to wait until I get the whatchamacallit, the Blitzway Superman to make the Kingdom Come setup with Power Woman. But if I do a 1/3 Power Girl, I want to do a custom sculpt. I'd like to hire a sculptor and do a specific pose of Power Girl. But that's something way down the line. I'm trying to do some of my other personal stuff. I've been working on my Bombshell Flash, but that's kind of still a ways out there. That's something I started before my parents ended up in the hospital, so that's kind of on the back burner. I want to paint up my Bayonetta kit I have printed. Yeah, personal stuff is kind of like in limbo. Well, that's the thing. If you go on CG Trader, a lot of those sculptors that post stuff are they're actually there for hire, so you can hire them. I do like the guy that did the sculpture of the Power Girl for Dazzling Designs. He the guy that I'm doing work for. Did you see that Wonder Girl that came out recently? The one where she's in the red shirt with the W on her chest that goes around her shoulders. So the guy I do work for, that's actually getting your the Fathom head, he had him tweak a Wonder Girl sculpt, and he did such a good job with that Wonder Girl. I think I would actually ask him. I think probably would be him to maybe do a custom sculpt. But my thing is, I would like to get money together, which is I gotta save. This is, we're talking maybe like 4 or 5 years out. This is nothing coming up soon. I would like to find a sculptor that would actually listen to my feedback with Photoshop, because there's a couple guys I know that work with people, and they're like, no, I'm not sculpting it that way. I want to sculpt it this way. But I want to find somebody that would sit there and listen to what I would like them to do. I know 2 guys that hired a sculptor, and the guy was like, no, this is what I'm doing, and this is the way it should look. And my friends were like, no, we want it to look this way, and we want it to be posed this way. But the sculptor was like, no, we're doing it this way. So that's something I gotta find. Somebody that will, like, and I wouldn't mind paying extra, because I would be kind of an ass to be like, just kind of tweak that, make sure this looks like this, but some sculptors just like, nope, I'm doing it my way. So I don't know. Leona's workshop? No. Is she painting up the Bayonetta that I got, or a different one? I haven't watched her stuff in a while. I thought she stopped the hobby though, or is she still going? I thought she left the hobby a while back. Oh, she's still going? That's good. Yeah, maybe it was another painter I'm thinking that left. I don't know. Oh, yeah, I'll check out her Bayonetta. I'm pretty sure it's looking pretty good. I'll check it out. Anyone that paints Bayonetta is probably, I'll have to check out, so. Alright, where am I? We should do the police officer's shoes since I'm doing gloss black. Get her shoes done. Yeah, I'll check it out. I'll add it to my list. Maybe tomorrow when I kind of do some side stuff, maybe I could see what she's up to. ST file? I don't know. I don't know what people charge. There's some guys that charge a lot, and some guys that charge fairly fair prices. So I'm not entirely sure. There is some guys that I know will they will take your money and they will do a sculpt, but then if you want changes, they start to nickel and dime you. There's other people that will charge you for just the sculpt and you sort of get some changes. I don't know. I've heard some horror stories with sculptors, and I've heard other guys are phenomenal to work with. But there's new sculptors all the time. See, what I want to do though is I would like to find somebody that has sculpted for a long time, and maybe you can see that their sculpting starts to get better and better and better. I don't want to just find somebody out of the gate, and I don't want to find somebody that hasn't done a lot. I like to, look through their Instagram and see, like, throughout the years they started getting better with faces, or they started getting better with anatomy. So, but I have a funny feeling by the time I'm ready to get somebody to sculpt what I want, there'll probably be like 30,000 people to choose from. So but also the other thing too is whatever sculpt I do, I wouldn't plan on doing an STL file to sell. It would just be something I want for my own collection, and that would be it. I know some people are like, oh, you should sell the STL and blah blah blah, but I got a couple friends who are doing this stuff and they're having STLs, but it's only for their collection and they don't want to, you know, they're not going to sell it or anything. There's a bunch of guys I've been watching on I forget their names, but I've been watching on ArtStation. There's a bunch of guys over there in like I think they were in Singapore. No, Taiwan. I forget where. It was either China or Taiwan, and their sculpts were friggin' phenomenal. But when I contacted them like 2 years ago, just to kind of see, they never got back to me. So, and then there was this one guy I saw on ArtStation where he was like, that would be the guy to do the anatomy I want. But he was part of he didn't speak English, and he was part of like some kind of group. So the agent got back to me, and the agent was like just giving me all kinds of stuff, and I was like, nah, I'm not dealing with that. You know, like I said, we'll see what happens in a couple years. This is kind of my idea. Like, after I get a lot of personal stuff done, and I'm kind of like at my end game of collecting, where I'm like, you know what, I really don't really want to, you know, pick up anything anymore. That's kind of when I'll just start saving some cash and commission a sculptor to do something. Well, I think, like I said, I don't know prices of sculptors. Some guys are affordable, and other guys, like, you know, higher name guys are charging $10,000 for a sculpt. So, you know, I think depending on who you get and what you're planning on doing, it could range anywhere from 1K to 10K. So I won't name names, but I think some guys are up there. I would love if I had the money to get Mark Newman to do me a sculpt. But I don't think I can afford him. Mark Newman would probably be my first guy to do. You know, he would be the guy I would want to do my Power Girl if I ever could afford him. And I think he freelances now. I don't think, since he's not working for a sideshow, so that dream might come true someday. But like I said, I don't think I could afford it. But then again, maybe in another 5 years there'll be programs, you know, where you could go into the program and you can, you know, go to a website and you could say, I want Power Girl doing flying pose, and the program might just spit out the sculpt for you, you know? I mean, I have a funny feeling that's where we're headed. So, but I still would rather commission somebody, because this way I could be like, tweak this, tweak that, and we're good. So, but that's the dream. Who knows if it'll ever come true. Well, that's why a lot of guys in the hobby, I think they'll commission a sculptor, but then they'll get a bunch of people to get a copy, and that kind of offsets the cost. So you get what you want, but you sell like 15 copies, and then you kind of recoup your cost, and it's not as bad. So I think that's what a lot of guys are doing in the hobby. They kind of get what they want. So that's also an option. But, you know, there's people who got money to burn, too, so. I tell you one thing, though. If I ever disappeared, and then all of a sudden you saw me posting just personal stuff on YouTube, that means I hit the lottery. So, I'd be that guy if I won the lottery, just doing like personal sculpts and that's it. I wouldn't get like a crazy house or a car. Just have some like, just hire sculptors and artists to do artwork and sculpts, and then I can paint them. I always said me customizing is kind of like the cheaper way to get a grail without breaking the bank. You get a sculpt and we kind of tweak it to the way you want it, and then you kind of get it without going, like you said, sculpting it, printing it, or back in the day you would have to cast a copy up. It's kind of weird now with 3D printing. Like I don't even know if like people really even talk about casting copies anymore. You know, it's kind of like gone. Yeah, I think if I had time, I think if I was a little bit younger and I was kind of just getting out of art school with this, I would definitely get into sculpting and learn the programs. I could do it now, but I just don't have that free time. But I would definitely would love to, if I could learn the program, because if I could learn the program like I learned Photoshop back in the day, I'm sure I could sculpt my own stuff with 3D sculpting, but I don't have that kind of time to learn all of it. Oh yeah, there's always going to be recasts. There's always going to be people recasting that stuff from other countries. That's never going to stop. You know, it's just I think the days of people trying to find a caster, at least here in America, are over. They just have the Chinese factories make copies now. I think they fine-tuned it so well over there that they could take like a sculpt like this that's in pieces and cast up copies real fast. I don't know how they do it, but they definitely do it. Well, they probably have a workforce, and they probably have a way of making it so simple now. Well, I think the programs are much easier now, but like I said, it's going to get to the point where you just go to a website, you pick a character, you pick a pose, and the computer pumps out the pose and character, and then the company might need to tweak it a little bit for you, and then boom, STL file, you're done. They did that with websites back in the day. I remember all the people that used to make money off of building websites, you know, they would have, you know, $10,000 jobs to get done in a week, and, you know, people were making bank off of making websites, and then all of a sudden the websites are like, hey, here's a free website, just pay this monthly fee, type in some stuff, and you got your own website, and it killed the market overnight. So that was a big thing back then, too. All those people that were, you know, making a living off of websites. Yeah, I never got into build. I never like creating a website from scratch. I just always used the damn Apple free website they had back in the day, and then once that went away, it was all WordPress. Even now, my website's WordPress. I have somebody from Statue Form I know that helps me tweak it every once in a while. But yeah, that's just. It's always good to have a website, just a backup. But I don't even have time to fix that damn thing. Yeah, I know the miniature stuff is a thing, like you said, Rukin. I just think that it's gonna get like you can't really have a website and pump out DC and Marvel characters without paying a license. So you can't really have a website that's going to pump out legitimate licensed characters, but you would probably be able to do like versions of the character and get away with it. But once it comes out to like free online sites or programs or like there's going to be a way around it, But maybe Marvel and DC, if they were smart, they would, they would come up with a website, contact our site, we can build you an STL file and you can print our character for a fee, That would be smart, for like Marvel and DC to come up with something, but they won't. Or a company might come up with the idea, propose it to Marvel and DC, and then all of a sudden, boom, you got like a DC character site that you can get STL files from. It's gonna happen. Somebody's gonna make it. Somebody is definitely going to make it sooner or later, if not already in the works. Man, imagine that happens. Imagine Marvel came out with a website that says, contact our site, we can STL a file for you, pick any, any Marvel character from any comic book page, blah, blah, blah. We'll 3D render it, sell you the STL file. That would probably kill companies and license holders and overnight, There you go, Jacob. I gave you an idea. Get that business going. Make us happy. I think Blizzard did that a while back, didn't they? I think you were able to create your World of Warcraft characters for a bit there. I don't know if that service has stopped, but I think Warcraft did do it for a bit. I do remember it. Yeah, Rukin, I'm pretty sure that there's ways around it. Well, something will happen. And then again, we already have a black market on statues in a way, with these figures. So, I'm sure they'll come up with something. Also, or somebody will make a program or some kind of unlicensed thing, and boom, it's everywhere. Yeah, I thought about doing my undead mage, but I think at the time you couldn't do specific characters and talents. You know, I had an undead ice mage I would love to have printed out, but I don't think you could do it at the time. I think it was limited to specific builds, if I'm not mistaken. But maybe I'm wrong. But I think it was only miniatures, though. I don't think it was full-size stuff. You know, I wouldn't want just a little miniature. I would want a full-size. The world is changing, so it's going to be interesting. I think it happened near the end of when I stopped World of Warcraft, because I think I stopped playing World of Warcraft around 2010, 2009. I got sick of it. Every expansion was the same thing. Everything becomes obsolete and you have to do it all over again. And I think at that time they were maybe like 2 years or 3 years down the line, I think they were talking about print your own characters. But like I said, I think it was only limited to, because I don't think they could print your specific armor. So it wasn't like you can take your character and print that exact armor. It was limited, I think, if I remember correctly. Like, I think undeads were only necromancers you could print. Something like that. Yeah, I know. I know Disney copyrighted a ton of AI trailers that people made on YouTube. So I know Disney went ham on a whole ton of YouTube channels last week or something. So they definitely wanted to stop that right away. I know at one time Marvel wanted to stop all the artists at the conventions, and that was a shit show. I mean, everybody raged against them, and I think Disney was like, "Oh crap, just let them be," you know. Yeah, let me know, Raccoon. From what I remember, I don't think they actually took the armor you had. I think it was like, oh, if you're a dwarf paddling, then you can have it printed out, and it was technically your character. But I don't think they were able to print out all those armors. But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it did get better, but I think, from what I understand, when it first started, you could only print what they had and claim it was your character. Because I know I would have had my Ice Mage printed, but from what I remember, they couldn't print the armor. So I was like, well, I don't want my character unless I had that armor. Because I had, I think it was like at the time, it was like tier 3 armor or something from the PvP, and it just always looked cool, and I just loved the look, but it was shit armor, but it was just cool looking. or something. I forget. That's really, Jacob. I just remember. I remember Disney went after all the comic book artists at the shows because they were selling unlicensed stuff. It was, and there was a huge backlash, and it didn't last that long because these comic artists only get paid like $100 a page or something. So I don't know. Something. There was something going on. Alright, I'm spraying heavy on these just because I want to make sure they're a little bit shiny. Oh, they still have the WoW stuff, so can you still get your character in any armor, or is it limited to specific armors? Watch Raccoon have an army of WoW figures done in like a week or two. Let's put this aside. Oh, okay. Alright, well, if you do it, make sure you send me a pic if you decide to get a character made up. I don't think I could anyway, because I haven't logged on my account since, like I said, 2009-10. So I don't even know if the account's still active and if I could get the character printed. Plus, at this point in stage, I really don't need that printed because I'm not into it anymore. But if you can, let me know. Probably look pretty cool. Alright, we are going to gloss this now because this is ready. I'm going to do the arms tomorrow because that one arm is messed up and I got to sand it down. So I'm going to give the arm like a day or two to cure and then I'll get it corrected. But the main body is looking good, so I think we can kind of gloss this up, get it done. Now, the only thing is I could pray nothing happens or goes wrong, but we'll see. So this stuff goes on pretty well. At first it kind of looks like weird, but then once it starts to settle and cure, it kind of becomes like almost perfect. So let's just hope the spray is coming out nice. Yeah, we're looking good. So kind of give it a light spray at first. And then once you kind of get that light spray, you can kind of go a little bit thicker. Now the cool thing about this stuff is when you start to break it apart, you still get a little bit of like breakage between the silly putty and the clear coat, but it's not as bad as like car paint. So you just want to be careful you don't bleed anything and make sure that it's not too cold, it's not too hot. But if all goes well like it is, it's super shiny. And then the old ways of getting rid of like cleaning out your can is spraying it upside down. But these newer cans don't really do it that much, so I just kind of hope that you could kind of like wipe it away or something. You know, to kind of try to keep it a little dry. But all in all, that came out pretty good. I'm not seeing any problems. Super, super shiny, mirror shiny, so. Yeah, you're better off just doing it yourself, Raccoon. If you could get the file, do it yourself. But I'm pretty sure it's meant to be printed small, so they're probably not like high res. Because if you think about it, those games aren't super detailed for like high res 1/4 scale stuff. So, alright, so we're gonna let this dry a little bit. I think we can unmask it before we shut the stream down, so let's let it dry a bit. let that go. I'll show you what happened to this arm. Which arm is it? I think it's this one. Yeah. So let's see if we can show it in camera. So it's kind of hard to see, but there's like, yeah, I don't think you can see it too well. There's a lot of speckling that happened over here. I think there was some gunk in the airbrush, and there's a couple spots over here. So I think what I'll do is I'll let this cure up, because I got to kind of take all this out, and I don't want to, since there's a lot of spots here, I don't want to do it now. It's kind of rushing. So like whenever I did an issue like this in the past, I let it cure for a day or two, and then you could kind of sand it down and then do it again. Not sand, but just kind of buff like I did before. And since this is a separate piece, I don't have to worry about the masking or any of that crap. So yeah, it's just, I guess there was some gunk that got stuck in the airbrush, or it might have been that silver particles didn't break up enough. And there's just spots over here. So I'll do this, you know, I'll get this cleaned up. It doesn't always go perfect, which sucks. But the other arm looks pretty good. I don't see anything wrong with this arm. This one doesn't really have any chunks. So this one came out good. It's the other one. So I could just spray this down too. I'll do these both at the same time though. I don't want to spray this one down and then, you know, keep them both uniformed. Alright. With that being said, we can paint the money bag. Let's paint the money bag. Little dinky things now here and there. So I think the money bag's supposed to be gold, right? I mean the symbol. Or should we just do black? What should we do? Gold, or should we do black? What do you guys think? Gold? Alright, I mean, we could do gold. I'm just, I don't know, just spitballing. If I do gold, I'm not masking it. I'm going to just do some, normally I don't like paintbrush like this, airbrush, like with paintbrushes and all this stuff. I mean, if I do, I try to make it clean. But with this Roger, I'm trying to make them dirty, so that's kind of why I'm paintbrushing a lot of it. Kind of to really not like overthink it. But normally if I wanted it to be perfectly clean, I would do my trim, I would mask it off, all that stuff. This is like some of the only gold I know that goes on pretty well with a paintbrush. But if you start letting it dry and you keep trying to paint, it'll start to pull up because it dries fairly fast. But if you really want it yellow gold, I do this base and then I can use another paint on top of it. Because trying to do like yellow paints on stuff is a nightmare. This is like, this titanium gold is like yellow's best friend I found so far. You do this first and then yellow on top and it just makes life easier. Alright, so that goes on pretty well. The only problem though is if you do a larger area with a paintbrush, like Tamiya paints show brush strokes. So it might not see brush strokes far away, but if you get in really close you can see them. I don't know how guys paint like super smooth with paintbrushes. I've never been able to. Now, if we want to make this pop a little bit more, this turbo dork stuff is actually pretty cool. So you could kind of do a wash of this on top of it and make it a little bit more yellowish. So let me dry it first. I don't know, Raccoon, are you hitting the sauce already? This turbo dork stuff is pretty good. It just doesn't, it's not like super, it doesn't go on like super smooth. Plus, the one thing I hate about these bottles is they don't blend too well. I don't know, it's Friday, we're getting close to 8 o'clock. I don't know, you might be hitting the sauce already. I'm thinking it's the sauce. You could blame it on the song, but it gives it a little bit of a yellow tint. Sponge brushes? Are you talking about the ones people use for like painting walls? People use those for painting larger items, but I don't think you could ever paint something like this with those things. Maybe for like a dry brush, but they would break apart, so. A little bit of a yellow tint just kind of changes this up, you know. So it just kind of makes it pop a little bit golder. Freakazoid, what are you smoking? Just say no. I'm gonna hot box this piece real quick. Let me get this a little bit dried up a bit since there's a lot of moisture. Alright, we'll kind of let that go. I gotta fix the ear that broke. This bag is looking good. I like that. So that's good. Roger's looking pretty decent. I gotta start working on the gun. So I gotta start doing the trim on the gun. Freakazoid? What was it from? I don't know. Freakazoid was a cartoon? What type of cartoon? Is this something like on MTV or something? I think, like, I don't know. One of Steven? No, I don't think I've ever saw Freakazoid. You know, you had me thinking like something like Cartoon Network, Adult Swim. You know, like stuff like The Venture Brothers or Harvey Birdman at Law. I thought maybe we were talking about something like that. Yeah, I mean, I watched stuff like DuckTales or Gargoyles or Goof Troop. No, I never watched Goof Troop. I think that was after my time. Like, I really didn't even watch Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. You know, I liked them, but I didn't really watch it. But Freakazoid? Damn, I don't know that one. Yeah, I have to say, everything from 92 and up, 93 and up, I really didn't watch much of it. Yeah, so anything from like 93 and up, I think because, I didn't really watch much because I was in high school at that time. That's probably why I didn't know what the hell my friends were talking about a lot, because I wasn't watching the shit they were, so. Alright, so real quick, what is his gun supposed to be? Is it metal with wood handle? Or was it like a different colored gun? Like, or should we do a basic steel? Should we do a dark steel or a light steel? Or not light steel, but regular steel. Is that what his color gun is? Hey Lux, yeah, we talked about that a little bit earlier. I didn't see the whole sculpt, but from what I saw, just the face, I didn't like it. And I think it was Terrell in chat or somebody else in chat said the same thing. I thought it was going to be more like a sideshow Jessica Rabbit, but they made it like realistic. So I was kind of hoping it would be a good Jessica Rabbit for some future customs, but when I saw the face, I was like, nah. So are they taking feedback? Because I wasn't feeling it at all. But I didn't see the body though. Are you subbed to their channel? Are you subbed to their Patreon? Because I don't know how well the body was. I just saw the face, and it just looked too realistic, you know? Seemed very bland. Like ES Monsters Jessica Rabbit, at least the face, even though the body was more realistic, the face still felt animated. So I think if, depending on how well the body is, if you take the ES Monster head and put it on that body, it might work. Oh, they didn't show the full body. Okay, yeah, yeah. I don't know why they would do a realistic face on her. Like Jessica Rabbit, you have to have at least some kind of animated face to her. Like ES Monster is sort of animated, but it's kind of not as animated like as the cartoon. So I don't know. Well, if they change it, then that's good for them, because I don't think people are really. Because I showed it to a couple friends and they were like, nah. So. Yeah, Power Ranger era was after my time. I think by the time I got to freshman in high school, I was kind of starting to not really watch a lot of cartoons, and I started getting way more into like MTV, Headbangers Ball, just playing like MTV Music Channel the whole time. So I really stopped with the cartoons, especially by like, you know, sophomore year, junior year. I don't think I've ever really watched cartoons again. I'm more into like, I think I would just have like MTV playing all the time. But I would watch the like Liquid Television, or, you know, some of the MTV stuff at night. Alright, so the gun is kind of like gray. So we'll do a light steel. I saw their Jill Valentine. While I liked it, I didn't love it. It's good. It's a good, like, animated Jill, but not a Jill I would really kind of care for, I guess. But it wasn't bad. Yeah, Beavis and Butthead, Liquid Television, Headbangers Ball. I used to fall asleep at night to just having MTV on too back then. I think that's why my football coach hated me, because I didn't watch sports. He'd be like, "What do you watch at night?" I'd be like, "MTV." He's like, "You should be watching sports, learning the game." I'm like, "Nah. I like football. I like playing football. I don't care if I win or lose." So. Hey, what's up, Butterfly? Yeah, Lux, keep me posted on that Jessica Rabbit if they decide to change it. I mean, I'm subbed to their channel for free, but I only get so many updates, you know, as a free member. But I'm kind of curious if they're gonna actually change it up. So I thought they were gonna go off the pose from the sketch, but. And if you are subbed to them, you should just tell them, just make one that looks like Sideshow Collectibles Jessica Rabbit, and everybody would download the shit out of it. Devastator, you could already do that, I think. There's a bunch of sideshow STLs out there that people 3D scanned. I don't think they're 100% perfect, but there's a bunch out there already. Because I know they were never offered as STL, so they had to be scanned. Yeah, you could either message me there. You could send me a Instagram message. I'm just kind of curious if they're going to actually redo it more like an animated Jessica than a realistic one. I mean, they could do what they want. I mean, it's their type of you know, Patreon and their style. But I was just kind of curious. Well, even if they don't change it and they keep it to their style, I'm sure somebody sooner or later will be like, let's just kind of make it look like the cartoon and sell a shitload of STLs. But I also know people like to do their style on the character, so that's also part of the whole, you know, idea behind Patreons. People like their style. Let me turn off the heater real quick. I don't want to melt this thing. I mean, it's actually not a bad way for a new inspiring sculptor to get some views. You know, you kind of sculpt a Jessica Rabbit. I mean, that's kind of some advice. You sculpt a Jessica Rabbit to look like not exactly like the sideshow, but you know, like the cartoon. And then you'll get people viewing your channel or your Patreon, and then you can kind of switch to your own style again. Gotta work the system, you know? Devastator's gonna get one and start just scanning everything. It's gonna start scanning like Rembrandts and printing them out and trying to sell them for like $10,000. I'm onto your racket. Mine, I have those Maju cases. I did a video on it. So they're all the ones I collect and that I did are on display for my own personal collection. All the stuff that I do for people usually sit in the photo studio till I ship it out. Those Maju cases, even though it took like a year for them to get to me, still one of the best things I ever got for my display room. I love that I can just put them in a display case, have the LED lights on with a remote switch, and then I don't have to worry about dust getting on the statues or having to dust them. I should have did it years ago, but when I did do it, I was happy. Like when my friends come over, we get together once a month. What I do is I shut down the lights and I put on the display cases. And sometimes at night when I'm like, just want to chill and listen to some music, I'll put on the display cases and I'll just relax. Sad thing is I need one more module case to finish up a 4-block, and I ordered it from Sideshow. It's going on a year and a half. It's going to be about 2 years almost. And I just need that 1 block so I can finish the 4-block and I can finish the display room. But for some odd reason, Sideshow's supplies keep getting delayed. So now with these tariffs, who knows if I'll ever get that damn thing. I did work for a friend of mine, and we did a trade-off where he gave me his 3 unbuilt module case blocks. So I just needed a 4th one, but yeah, the module cases DF series is good for 1/4 scales. That's what I have. If you look on my YouTube channel, you can see what I put together. They're really, really nice. I like them a lot. A little bit of a pain in the ass to put together, but they're good though. Cherry bomb, a drug, management, or what do you mean drug? I used to have those Besta cases from IKEA, and that was the only thing they had back in the day. But once the module cases came out and I decided to get those, it was a great decision. Oh, chemicals, alright. That's fine. I was like, don't be taking drugs while doing statues. They'll come out in wrong colors. Need a brownish red, that's rust. Guess we can mix these two. Alright, so this is a rust and a mahogany, so I think these two will work good. Hopefully. You know, it's kind of funny you mentioned about the display cases, because there was a while there nobody could come up with good display cases for 1/4 scales. The best thing was the Besta cases from IKEA, but as statues got bigger and bigger, those cases became a pain in the ass. And then when module case came out, I was watching them for like 2 or 3 years, and then I said, you know what? I just not getting any younger. I might as well just get it, you know. So that's why I redid my display room, and I got a nice little setup now. I'm pretty happy with it. I got a friend who's he's building a display case in his basement. When he's done, I'll have him give me pictures and I'll show you guys on stream. He's gone crazy with a big wooden display thing built into his wall. I make fun of him. I told him by the time he's done, it'll be like the year 2035, and he'll have to retire, and he'll have to go into a senior home, and he won't be able to display anything. But he's doing a good job with it, though. If you have the know-how and you got the time, you could build yourself a really good display case setup. But I didn't have the time or tools, so I was gonna do wood. But then afterwards, I was like, nah, just get the module cases. Be lazy. I mean, I know how to do woodwork in a sense, and I could watch like YouTube videos and learn a lot more of the detail stuff, but time and honestly, wood's expensive. So the amount of money that you would spend in time on a building a wood case, unless you're a carpenter and you could bang it out like that, but the amount of time and money to spend on it, you might as well just buy the module cases. So that's the route I went. I love to see people's build-ups though, and I love to see people's display rooms. The only thing I don't like is when people put colored lights in their display cases. I understand that a lot of people like that, but for me, I never like that. Because it destroys the color of the sculpts you're looking at. But some people like it, which is okay. It's whatever you want in your room, but for me, I've never been a fan of the colored display lights. Yeah, and you're not even getting good wood. If you really want to get good wood to build a case, you want to go to like, a lumber yard, and you really want to get some really good pieces of lumber. Just going to Home Depot and building a case, that wood is kind of crap. It's good for building a house, but if you really want a good, you want to get like maple wood or good, stuff, you want to go to a lumber yard. Yeah, if you do the colored lights correctly, I think it's good. But if you have the strips of colors on your side and they're all like blue and yellows, not yellows, like pinks and stuff, that bothers me. Because it's like you're looking at an item that's got just like blue and yellow and red blaring onto the statue, and I don't like the look of it. But I guess if you do it in the background, then it might work. But I'm gonna do a updated collection video if I ever get that damn last module case, and I can finish up the room. The room is still not complete yet, but I'm slowly getting there. Like I'm still getting all my signed books that I can display in the room, so I'll do an updated video. Maybe I'll do it this summer, whether I get the case or not, just to show people where I'm at. So Roger needs some details, but he is pretty much there. If I can get the head in, there we go. So Roger's looking pretty good now. Darker outfit, looks like a criminal. I like it. Alright, so I think we can pull the masking off the nun. Hopefully it goes well. So let's get her over here and see how it looks. While I pull off the masking, I'm going to gloss up the cop's feet. So let's get her here. Let me gloss up the feet and we can work on this. I am going to use the older can because this way I'm not doing a whole body, just the let that sit. Alright, let's take our time doing this. The good thing about the Spaztec stuff, it doesn't flake like the car paint does. So it's it kind of helps a little bit when you unmask it. This way it doesn't like flake up, break off, but it's still a little tacky, so I gotta be careful. So we're just gonna take our time and hopefully not screw this up. It'll take a day or two to really cure up nicely, but it should look pretty good. Saran wrap is very, very dangerous near this type of paint up though, because if this falls on this and you pull it off, it's going to rip it up. So you gotta be very careful with saran wrap. Even the silly putty, but saran wrap is very, very dangerous with this. So you just want to make sure you're paying attention and not letting stuff fall all over. Alright, so we want to pull this in a way it doesn't grab or hit other paints. So let's hopefully this goes well. The only thing I could think of is there's a lot of moisture today because it's raining. So maybe that's why it's still a little bit tacky, but not much. Gonna try to be careful where I put my fingers, how I pull this off. So like I say, I always try to pull it into it, the paint. the paint area onto the skin. So I'm trying to like kind of be very careful. And the other thing too is you always want to be careful not to overspray in areas like these areas, because then what happens is it gets kind of thick. And if you did spray too much into an area, you kind of pull it away. Like, I don't know how well I can get in here. So you kind of, if you spray too heavy, you kind of use a tool and you sort of split it, and you kind of pull it up and away. You kind of do that to it if you start getting too thick with an area. And if you start getting stuff on your tool, wipe it off if you can. So so there is a little bit of flakiness here. If you know what you're doing and you can kind of work it, you can get these flakes off now. But if you let those flakes dry, they'll kind of just flake right off when they kind of cure pretty hard the next day. So don't think you have to like, oh my god, I gotta get that flake off. You kind of can just let it cure and it flakes right off the next day and you're good to go. Just kind of gotta go slow and not try to rush ripping it off like a crazy man. Like there's like a little flake here. It's probably hard to see, but if you kind of bend it around and or flake it off. So, but that's why I say Spaztec is good because it doesn't cure like crazy right away. So you have a little bit more freedom, whereas car paint dries really fast and it gets really, really flaky. And the only downside is if you overspray with black, you gotta kind of touch up the skin tone, which I probably have to do some edging. And then at this point, what we try to do is we pull this off, and then we lift this away, and then we pull this down. Get that off. Now there is some flaking, so if you're careful and you have one of these tools, you could kind of either take it off or bend it back down. Try not to do that where it gets onto the skin. Get a smaller one. Where's the smaller ones? And there's always going to be touch-ups. There's always touch-ups needed. At least I have touch-ups. I have yet to make everything perfect the first go. Oh, you got some silly putty? That's good. Did you get it yet, or you just ordered it and you haven't gotten it yet? Oh, you got it? Good. Yeah, get used to it. It takes some time getting used to it, but once you get the feel for it and you start masking with it, it'll go by pretty fast. It's kind of funny that you say it's weird. It's because, like, as a kid, we had this growing up as kids, and it was kind of normal. Every kid had silly putty, so, and now it's a masking tool for a hobby. And if you're lucky, sometimes if you get a good spray, but it's not oversprayed, you could just pull the silly putty right down. That's kind of where we're at. So it's just try never to overspray edges. I know it's hard with silly putty or any kind of masking, but you just gotta try not to overspray the edging. That's where you're pulling your masking up becomes a nightmare. Getting there. I know you guys can't see much from that angle, but I'll show you. Now this is tricky. You always got to be weary of where all this silly putty is and how you plan to pull it up, because you don't want to get a chunk of this dark pink silly putty in between the crotch area, and all of a sudden it sticks to all the skin. I'm going slow with this because this is still kind of tacky of the clear coat, but a lot of your acrylics and other stuff will probably cure faster. And the good thing is, by chance, if you were to actually scrape it, because this is what happened on that Miss Marvel, I dropped the item and I screwed up the knee just after I did all this. So what I had to do is I sort of masked off the leg and I touched it up with the black paint again, and then I clear coated it again, and it worked out. So Spaztec sort of has a little bit of freedom to kind of correct an issue, at least with these colors. So try to split this in half. So we kind of split this here. Alright, Raz, you have a good one. Work this into there. For this one, let's see how I can pull this up. All right, let's see. Get it this way. cracking. It's looking good. Worked out pretty well. We'll do the underwear another time because I didn't want to try to get all this masking and do all this in one shot. Thinking probably still gloss up the underwear shiny, but I'll do it a different way. It's a little tricky. Split this in half. Alright, got some touching up to do in there, but that's what's gonna happen. Let's get this booty part done. So we got a little silly putty stuck in here. Alright, so I gotta clean up some of the edges, but let's get her so you guys can see. So, I mean, it's really, really shiny right now. I don't know how well in the camera it's showing, but no, the reason why I'm pulling the silly putty slow is because I don't want it to get onto the paint and stick. I don't want any particles to stick, so I'm taking my time with this. Other paints you could kind of pull off real fast and you're done. But this is a very tacky item still because of the clear coats I used. So I don't want anything that gets stuck to it. I don't want it to stick there. I don't want the silly putty to, you know, because if you have any kind of particles, red particles that you didn't break up in the silly putty, it could stick in there. So I'm trying to just take it off slow. You know, you gotta get used to silly putty, and you gotta learn what you can and can't do. You gotta learn that this paint will crack at the edge because it fills into the edge and it cracks. Other paints come off with no problem. Certain brands bleed into silly putty, so you gotta. It's a learning curve. It's not just silly putty. Boom, you're done. It's a masking tool, and you gotta get used to it. You know, I could sit here and I could spend an hour when this is all cured up to mask this, or like 15 minutes. You know, 20 minutes to mask it. And I can literally spray it in 5 seconds. So masking takes time, and it also, you have to know what you can and can't do with it. So it just takes a little time. You got to get used to it, and you got to see what you can and can't do. But she's looking pretty good. It's a nice latex type of outfit on her now. I had put her arms on, but I don't want to touch the arms. But yeah, I like her now. So I'll do the underwear another time, you know, during the week. We'll do the bottom of her shoes, the red. I'll do the straps. I'm going to do the straps in like a flat black or something, or maybe like a texture. I got an idea for the straps. The gloves will be latex. It'll come together, and then we'll do the hair on all of them, and then from there, I'll do the hat on this one. This will probably be a cloth hat. So I'm thinking, the color straps I do here, I might do on here as well. Kind of give those two a separate look. So I'm gonna unmask the police officer shoes now. And I think that'll be it. So far I had somebody ask on Patreon. Somebody did ask for it, but if I told them, I said if 2 Patreon members wanted it, I don't know what to do. I don't know if I give a price out, and if both people agree on the price and I do pull a name out of a hat, that person gets it. Like, it's very hard for me to figure out how to do this if more Patreons want it than one. And I'm open to suggestions if you guys have suggestions. Because if I just throw it on eBay, that opens it up to the world, and then the Patreons will have a harder time. You know? So, I'm trying to, I don't know. So like I said, I only had somebody ask so far for the nun and the police officer. And that was it so far. But if you guys have suggestions on how I should go about this, because I want to be fair, but it is also a one of a kind, and I can't cater to everybody, so... Well, I did have somebody ask for it. I didn't set prices on it. But I said that Patrons get first dibs, and so I don't want to be like. The other thing is I don't want like one Patreon member. Everything I do, they ask me right away and they get it. You know. But like I said, I'm open up to suggestions. And then the other thing too is, does the same Patreon member get everything if they always ask first? I don't know. It's kind of, I don't know what to do. I don't want to be a dick about it. I'd like to get everybody get a fair chance if they're interested. Well, I don't want to do I don't want to do a bidding war either, but I don't know how that would fare, like if people feel that's fair. Because Patreon, I got to be careful though, because Patreon is, you're not allowed to do that on Patreon, you know? Patreon is more just people sub and everybody gets a perk. By me doing that, I'll probably get kicked off Patreon. You know? I mean, yeah, I could do that. I mean, just throw some suggestions at me and let me know what you think's fair. I haven't set a price for these. I wasn't gonna be like, oh, these are only $300, but I'm not saying that these are gonna be like $3,000. So I'm trying to price them out of what I would charge for a commission. That's kind of my goal. Yeah, I was kind of thinking that, like, say 10 people, like, I don't have that many Patreon members, but say 10 people wanted this, and I set a price, and all 10 were interested, then I would say, well, I'll pull a name out of a hat, and that person gets it. But then next time, they can't get an item, but like I said, I don't know what's fair. I really don't. I wish... The only other thing I could do is there a site where you can do a private auction, and then you let the people who are interested bid on it? I don't know if that's an option. Is there a way to do like private auctions somewhere and then let people bid on it? Or is that asking too much? I don't know. Like I said, I'm in such a weird position with these, doing one of a kinds with everybody subbing and supporting me. I don't know what to do. Cage match, yeah. Yeah, I like I said, with this one, I might do a mistake. You know, by the time they're done, you know, people might be on the Patreon and don't, you know, say anything, and then all of a sudden they might want it. So I'm probably going to make some mistakes on these, but we'll see what happens. See, as far as I know with Patreon, you're not allowed to sell items like this. You're not allowed to auction them off. You're not allowed to do stuff like that on Patreon. Patreon, people sub to you, and you give a reward. And the problem is I can't reward every Patreon member with this statue. That's my problem. That's the problem I'm running into. You know? And then the problem, too, is if I go on Patreon and I say, hey, this item is going to be up for Patreon members only on this site as an auction, that goes against the TOS and you could get booted, you know? So that's, I'm running into an issue with this. So I don't know what's fair, and I don't know how to go about it. And I mean, if I get kicked off Patreon, I get kicked off. It's not the end of the world. But, you know, like you said, maybe it's just first come, first serve. People ask me, I give a price. If they don't want it, I move to the next one. If they don't want it, then of that price, I put it on eBay. You know, I don't know. Do I do that? It's kind of, it's a sticky situation. It's not like Patreon is my income and it's like I can't get killed off Patreon. But I'm just trying to be fair. You know? Like I said, I'm open to how I should do it or what I should do. And I can't. And the other thing too is I can't even list the price of these on eBay. I mean on Patreon. I can't make a post saying, "Hey guys, this is done. I'm listing it at, you know, $5,000." You know, like that's against the rules. You can't do it. So. It's a sticky situation. Can you do private auctions on eBay? Do you guys know if you can do that? Because what I could do is I can also, if like 5 people wanted it, I could say, here's the private auction, you're invited. And, you know, may the best person win, I guess. Can you do that on eBay? Yeah, but the only problem though, well, yeah, the other thing too is if I made a private stream, would the people who support me be able to get into that stream, you know, on YouTube? I don't know. I'm kind of more into like a private auction and like send a message to people. The item is now up for private auction. You guys can have your way at it, and if nobody wants it, it goes public. That's the only thing I can think of would be fair. I don't know. Does that sound like a shitty thing to do? Or you think that would be more fair? You know, but the person that did contact me about these did ask me about 2 weeks ago. Can you do private stuff on Discord? The thing is, I don't want to start a Discord channel either. I'm really not a fan of Discord. Yeah, this Discord's not a very fun app. At least I haven't really enjoyed it. It's a lot of just random shit. I don't know. Yeah, see, the other thing you run into is if you do a private auction, if you do an auction on eBay, they take a fee, and that's another problem, you know. So, I don't know. I'm not sure how to do it. I really am not. Sadly, I didn't think that far ahead. So. Alright, well, by next stream, if anybody's got some interesting ideas, let me know. I'll think about it a little bit more on my end. Just hard to silent auction might not be bad, but I don't know. I'm not Jim Lee, that's the problem. You know? That's actually not a bad idea, Jacob. This is my minimum price. If you want to go higher, go from that. Like I said, I would charge basically what I would normally do for a commission on these, and then if I was able to get that and any higher, I wouldn't care. Oh, that's not a bad idea. I just don't want to sit there and be like, you know, going back and forth with emails. This one went higher, that one went higher, you know. I guess I could do that. I mean, I guess it's only fair. Like I said, I'm not trying to make bank, but I'm not trying to do this for free either, so. Yeah, I'm not trying to nickel and dime these, but like I said, I would say this is my price, what I would normally charge for custom. There's you and another person are interested. You could give me your best offer, and go from there, I guess. I mean, does that sound fair? Because then again, I might say what I would normally charge, and both people might say, "Nah, I'm not. That's way more than I expect." So, you know. Yeah, actually, that sounds okay. I mean, do you guys think that's fair? Like I said, this is new territory for me, and I don't know anybody on Patreon that does this type of stuff either. So, I want to give my ideas. I just want to give the people who support me. I don't even care if it's the minimum support each month. It's just kind of giving them first crack at it. That's all. So I mean that's not a bad option. Do you guys think that would be more fair? Now the only problem though is I can't post this on Patreon, and I can't really send private messages. So, it's frustrating, But yeah, I guess that's not bad, because I'll be honest with you, customs are usually anywhere from the $1,200 mark upwards, and these are kind of upwards, not that much, and I guess I could just kind of run with it. Okay, all right. Yeah, I think maybe that's kind of. I mean, I know Devastator. You said you were interested in it, but do you think that seems a little bit better? So like I said, the other person that contacted me, I don't think they come in streams, but they are watching them. So he asked me about 2 weeks ago for 2 of them, and he's definitely into it. But I told him, I said I wanted to be fair though, and he said it was okay. So I could say, hey, this is my base price. If you want to go higher, you let me know, and then the person who gives me the one-time offer, go with that. I guess that's fair, right? I think that's not bad. I kind of think that's alright. Like I said, I'm not Jim Lee. I'm not going to have all my Patrons in the live stream. You can't do this in the live stream on Patreon either, because it's against the TOS. So I don't know. I think Jacob's on to something. One-time offer, best offer, and that's it. Because the other thing too is people also have to factor in shipping, because if somebody is just a state away compared to somebody that might be in Europe, that's another problem. Yeah, I would kind of base it off the amount of work I did and stuff. Yeah, I'll definitely could do that. And then like you said, if I say my base price and everyone's like, well, no, that's more than I expected, then they just go on eBay. Yeah, that's not a bad idea. You know what it is too, I think, is when I first started these, it was probably hard for a lot of people to imagine what they were going to look like. But as we're getting closer to endgame, maybe people are more interested in them, so that's probably another point too. So who knows if some of the other Patreon members are all of a sudden like, oh man, I really like it now, I want one, so that's another thing too. Like I said, it's a very hard situation I'm in. But I kind of like that idea. Like say I did Roger Rabbit only, and I say, okay, his base price is $300 or whatever. 3 people are interested in, okay, this is the base, you give me your offer, and whoever has the best offer, it goes to them, and that's it. I guess that's fair. And then if somebody is winning all the time, I could kind of exclude them for at least one batch, but it's not like I'm doing batches every week too, so yeah, I guess. I kind of like that idea. I think that's kind of the only fair way of going about it. Anyone else agree, disagree, don't care, get back to painting? I don't know. Oh, so you're saying not even let any of the Patreon members know who wins unless they post it? I could do that too. Alright, so you're saying keep it silent. Whoever wins, wins. Don't say any word. Just let the other people know. Another one, someone else gave the best offer. I'm going with them, and that's it. That could work too. Alright, yeah, I'm gonna mull it over. I think silent auction might be the best way. Give the Patreon members a chance. I'll just have to make sure that if anyone decided to sign up the day before I sell them, they can't get it. I gotta at least make sure that the people have been around for a while too. You know? So I gotta make sure that people aren't just signing up, try to get it, and then drop out. So that's another thing I gotta think of. Yeah, I like that idea. I think that's kind of fair. Yeah, I guess that's the best way to do it, you know? But then again, like you say, I might say this is my base price, and people might say, it's just too much, I'm not interested, and they all might end up on eBay. So yeah, I guess that's what we'll do. There's only so much I could do, you know. There's only so much I can plan for. And it's just the way it is. It's not an STL. I'm not mass producing them. It's one of a kinds. And I guess we just have to run with it. Yeah, like I said, I'm happy if it just goes to people who sub to me and support me. Because I know if I throw it on eBay right away, you just open up a world of people who've never even seen these items before, and you never know, people would drop crazy amounts of money, which I'm trying not. Money helps, but I'm trying to be fair. Yeah, alright, we could do that. So, it'll be a silent auction. This is my base price. What I'll do is I'll make a post saying that on this date, who is ever interested, contact me. I will give you my base price and you give me an offer. And if you win, I will let you know that you won it. and then I'll tell the other people you were, you got outbidded, and then if they back out by a certain date, they don't pay or whatever, then I'll let them know you get it. All right, yeah, we could do that. Yeah, I like that idea. Yeah, like I said, I rather go to the members who subbed, who kind of are involved, and stuff that I'm trying to get top dollar for. That's side projects and other things. So I'm not trying to rob anyone, but as long as I get basic commission prices, I'm happy with it. So the way I'm thinking about it too is, I'm thinking about what I would charge for the commission, but not the actual 3D printing. And how people send me an item, they also have to pay for that item plus the commission. So I'm thinking about just what I would commission these for. That's kind of what I'm thinking at. All right, yeah, I might. You sound like a good business guy, Jacob. I might reach out to you for help with a little bit of a post and go from there. And then if Patreon doesn't like it and they kick me off, then they kick me off, and I just don't use Patreon anymore. That's all. So we'll do a test run. All right, we'll do a test run. I'll make a post. And if it works out, we'll keep going. If Patreon doesn't like what's going on and they boot me off, then, well, I just don't do it anymore. That's all. Yeah, I'm gonna bait. I mean, the materials weren't that bad. It really wasn't as bad as you think. So, well, I'll price it out what I would normally charge and go from there. Yeah, I mean, usually when I work commissions, it's you also pay shipping too, because it's hard. You can't do a commission for someone and then pay they got to pay the shipping as well. So, all right, I like the idea. I guess we'll go that route. We'll go that route. I think it looks good. You got the juices flowing now. Got some paint mark here. How the hell did I do this? I gotta get that off the ear. I gotta spray the ear down and fix that. Alright, that's... I guess that's fair. I guess that's as fair as I can make it. Yeah, I'll have to say that shipping's not included, so you have to factor in shipping too. I could ballpark shipping for people, but what I probably could do is I could probably put this in a box with a little bit of padding and sort of measure out the box and get a, will be the box. See, there's a lot of moving parts, Well, all right, I'll figure it out, but I like that idea. I like it. I think that's kind of a little bit better than what I was thinking from the beginning. Alright, well, like I said, there's not many Patreon members. You guys are pretty much it. So you're kind of pretty much setting it in stone. So... Alright. I guess that's, I guess Jacob is laying down the law, so. My favorite, I'm actually leaning toward the Star Trek more and more. I guess I like, I mean, the nun's looking good. The police officer, the theme is great, but for some odd reason, the more I look at them, the more I like the Star Trek. I guess it's because I just like the way the outfit flows on her body. I know a lot of people seem to like the nun the most, but for some odd reason, I think it's the Star Trek that, yeah, Rukin, shipping is getting insane. I think that Supergirl I did before, went to California or Arizona. It was pretty expensive. Yeah, like I said, the more I look at these, the more I mean, I like the cop theme, but I also like the cop skirt. I like the way the skirt came out. I like doing that with statues. So as far as the cop theme, I kind of like the skirt. I always like how I can do the skirts like this. The nun, I like the nun, but I like the way I did her breasts with the corset. So I like the way the nun thing. But as far as I just like the way this worked out with her, like the outfit. I don't know. For some odd reason, it's just the Star Trek just appeals to me more now. Because it feels like her dress outfit, but Star Trek. And I guess you know what it is too. It's kind of like all the naughty bits are kind of hidden, and I kind of like that more than showing a lot of the naughty bits or something. I guess so. But I think, from what I could tell, everybody likes the nun the most. I haven't had anyone ask about the Star Trek one. It's mostly these two. But for some odd reason, this one just appeals to me a little bit more. But I think maybe once the cop is completely done and the nun's completely done, you know, things might shift. I also think too, the hair separated these a lot more from what the original sculpt was. By redoing these hairs in these her classic style, it pops a little bit more on them. Well, you never know, Jacob. This Jessica Rabbit might end up on eBay, and it might just sit there and collect dust too. That's a possibility, you know. It seems everybody I've talked to and everybody I said it's these two. Nobody's really said much about this one. I like the cop theme though. I like the cop theme with the Roger here. It's kind of a good theme, but I think I don't know. I guess it's just the hair. I think it's just the hair and the hourglass on this one just fits more. But the nun's coming along pretty good. But like I said, once I get the bases done and all the other elements, people might change their minds. Yeah, but that's where I'm at. Alright, well, thanks for the feedback. Makes me feel a little bit better now that I kind of have a sense of what we should do and what I shouldn't do. Getting there. Yeah, I don't know. I like the colors. I like the black. I think once we get the hairs done, once we get the communicator done on there, But then again, once I put the hat on her and get her hands done and everything, this might come out better, so... But then again, when all three are done, maybe people are going to come out of the woodworks and everybody might want it too. So I don't know. You know, I have no clue. There might be a couple guys that are on Patreon that don't watch the streams, and they make a post they might see and be like, holy shit, maybe I want one. So I don't know. Yeah, Devastator, like I said, I'm just trying to be fair, just trying to, you know, do what I can, and like I said, the goal was, I'm not trying to be rich off them, but I'm not trying to lose money either, but I just want to give everybody a chance that supports me. But, yeah, so, as of right now, we got a lot of little tiny things to do. We got her underwear, finish up her arms, and then I got to do her communicator. I got to do her hands, her carrot belt, her badge, touch up Roger, and then we got to do the hair all in one shot. So I think next week we could probably do the hair on these. So I think the hair will really start setting these apart next week. And then after that, we'll start working on the bases. But I think I might, well, excuse me, try to do a midweek stream next week too. Yeah, so we're getting there. The hair is like an orangey red. Let's see. Her hair, it's like an orange red. But when I painted up the sideshow ones, I hit it with a pearl, like I made a pearl orange. So I want to make the hair a little bit like shiny. Sideshow's hair, what they did is they did a red orange hair, and then they shaded it with some darker red in areas. I'm gonna do something a little different, so I want to make it an orange red with a little bit of pearl in there. Give her a little bit more of a silky hair look. But I think if they did the hair sort of this style in the beginning, it probably would have looked a little bit better than the realistic type hair. But I think it looks good. Yeah, I think when I repainted this sideshow ones, I did more of a... I don't think I have the paint still, do I? No, I think I threw it away. Yeah, I mixed up a special blend with some pearls in there, and I got a really like nice shiny orangey red hair. So, but no, it's not going to be just like red. It's going to be like a fiery hair. Yeah, I don't know. I think it's hard for factories to do redheads because when I just did that the Mary Jane. Redheads take a lot of different reds. You can't. It's hard to just get one red down, red orange. So I don't have a. Yeah, see, I don't have a color, but you could kind of get an idea. That's just orange. But if it's a little bit more of a red or orange, it'll look a little bit better. I'm just grabbing something. This might have been one of the older reds I sort of mixed up for it. The bottle shot. Alright, that's what I'm calling the stream. I'm beat. I'm done for today. Wow, it's 8:30. Holy crap. Alright, yeah. Alright, well, thanks for the feedback. I got a plan. I think we're going to go that route with it. I'm going to try to do a midweek stream too, so maybe the hair might be done during the midweek. We'll see. You'll see if I pop up on stream. But I really want to start getting these finished up, so we're getting there. But yeah, thanks for the feedback. I'm also going to probably just make a decision on those next sculpts. I guess the Dominatrix, which are Peach, is going to be done for that. And then I guess for the Savage Land stuff, we'll make a poll and we'll go from there. Alright? But yeah, alright, you guys have a good one. And I'll try to post up on Patreon for the next batch though on Sunday.